question about. Is there somebody that could address my question?
Yeah,
You can
Councilmember. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, yeah, it was to go through by groups,
Okay.
bring it up at that time, and that would be the first group under general management.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, so budgets by deputy city manager group.
Should we go ahead and start with the council and commission appointees, which would include city attorney, civil service, court admin, judicial, and public defender?
Okay.
Any questions for or thoughts for them?
Well, can somebody can you briefly go over it?
Absolutely. The council and commission appointees include the city attorney. Pages are F20. The civil service commission, which is F29. Court admin administration, which is on F40. Judicial, which is on page F110, and public defender, which is on page F183.
Any discussion on this section?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So we're not having the managers from each department make any requests, correct?
No, they've made their budget requests. They're in part of the 2022 proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions, discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to this section of the budget? Amendments? Seeing no amendments, is there objection? Do we, I guess, process-wise, do we need to vote if there's no objection?
Typically in the past, you have not voted on each individual section. What you would do is make changes. Then at the very end, you would vote on those changes.
Okay. City manager, please proceed.
All right.
Sure, thank you. So this covers general management, which is, clerk's office, DEI, city manager's office, IT, and I guess Councilmember Lawson, did you have something you wanted to raise?
Yes, thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. So I was going through your budget and I just had a question. And if I missed it, please direct me to where it should be. So I know we had talked about, you have talked with council members about security in the city building, maybe getting a magnetometer, things like that, so we could get back into the building. I was looking through your budget and like I said, I looked at it and I don't see anything in here in your budget where there's any allocation or anything that addresses that issue. And I think that there should be, but if I'm missing where it would be located, if you could address it and tell me maybe possibly where we're at on that, because we haven't had any updates. I know that it shouldn't be that difficult to kind of get pricing on that. I definitely think we need a magnetometer coming through to get to the city building, because a lot of city buildings have that. So can you tell me in the budget where that is and is it allocated for security?
Sure, and we have not included that one of those in the budget. And if we would have, it would most probably have been in public works under facilities. And I will say that as I talked to individual council members, I didn't sense a consensus on that and felt like that should be a discussion maybe at a study session where where all council members can weigh in on whether or not that's a direction you want to go.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to understand, okay, that's your thought, but I mean, it is something that we need to think about. I think we brought it up. I don't know what the consensus of the council is, but I definitely think that there needs to be some kind of allocation, because I don't know what your process is to get us back in that building. But if I know security is on our minds of all of us, but to me, it should be something that should be even allocated, discussed. It just seems like it's just been kind of just kind of out to the left. Like, it's just kind of like, I don't want to discuss it anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm just bringing that up because I didn't see anything in the budget. I think it should be something that we should have a line item for, even if it's for future discussion. So.
Yeah, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Mayor,
I
go ahead.
100% agree with Councilmember Lawson because we did discuss this prior to the pandemic. We actually had the incidents at the council meetings, and it was discussed that we would have metal detectors. And I actually honestly thought it was being budgeted for last year in the budget because it was, I mean, it was a serious, you know, consideration. And so I would like also to have it added today to the budget in terms of a line item, but I don't know what that amount is. So I don't know if that's 250,000 or 500,000, but you know, if we're going to go back to council meetings and not have protection, anybody can come into that building. We have no, and we don't even have, I think, police staffing us anymore.
Is there someone from staff that could answer the question in terms of the security measures that have been raised this morning?
Yeah, in terms of the metal detector, I don't know if there's anybody on from Public Works that would have an idea about that. You know, if the consensus of council now is that we should budget for that for when we return, we can get that cost figure and add it into the budget as a one-time cost. Cindy is on. Cindy, do you have a?
I don't have a range, but I did make a note, and I'll get with our facilities team to get a budget cost estimate for a magnetometer or some version.
I'm just wondering if we can express it in terms of what the outcome is that we want, whether it's whatever, because there's different systems in terms of metal detectors. You know, you've got the fixed system that people go through, like at airports, systems that people go through, or the wand, which is mobile. And so maybe if we, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Lawson, is it okay with you if we express it that that enhanced security measures to include Cindy,
Yes.
express this.
But
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
we can approve today in the budget though.
Yeah, I would like it to be something that we have on the thing for discussion. I know it needs 6 votes, but I don't even want to, I want to have it in a budget allocation. Because otherwise I don't think it's going to be done. So that's just my.
I'm sorry.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
I just, for the conversation's sake, I just put a link into the chat for a TSA approved walkthrough metal detector. The cost is $4,395. So, I mean, not that that's necessarily the exact model we need to get, but I think that can give us a pretty good idea of what we might need to budget.
It's only 4,000?
4,300. It's a TSA approved Garrett walkthrough metal detector. Looks pretty similar to what we use at the courthouse.
Well, okay.
So, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Can we just budget maybe 7,000 just to be on the safe side for it?
Okay. Is there a further? Okay, so I'm going to take that as a motion on the floor to appropriate $7,000 for a metal detector.
Mayor Davis.
Councilmember Gruber.
We would also need the manpower for that. Those are contract security down there, so it wouldn't be an FTE, but it would be additional annual money for someone to actually operate that one. And we probably need more than one. We have multiple doors going into the building on, you know, both the east and west side of the building, as well as the north side, as well as the second floor for that matter. So there's a whole process. So I think putting a funding wedge of it's probably going to be closer to, you know, based on what Councilmember Gardner said, it'll probably be in the neighborhood of 40 to 50,000, maybe more. But I think if we put a wedge in there in the budget that says that we're setting this aside pending cost analysis by the city.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I remember there being a conversation about security. I don't remember it being a conversation about multiple magnetometers. And I do think there were also questions about, at least when Jim came to my town hall meeting to talk about security, people had serious questions and objections to completely closing off the great lawn side of the building, which was the initial proposal, that you wouldn't be able to walk in and out of those doors and that you'd have to come in the east side of the building. So I just don't think that this is a settled topic. I agree that we need to have the conversation about what are the security plans, what are the costs. I believe, Jim, at that time, the conversation was also about other updates to the building, including accessibility updates in the council chambers that were maybe going to happen last year while we knew we weren't going to be in the building. So I do think we need to have a conversation about what does it look like to get back in the building, what improvements overall, what public works projects need to be done in the building for us to get back in there, and how much money are we setting aside. I just think it's a bigger conversation than just adding magnetometers at a bunch of different doors.
If I could go back to Councilmember Lawson, was it your intent when you raised this issue that it would be simply the entry points or an entry point coming into the city council chambers, or was it to the building as itself? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor. It was to the entrance of the building.
Oh, entrance of the building.
Because most city buildings, if you go to City of Denver, you go into a magnetometer, they don't have all of those magnetometers all through the city building, but they have that one entrance point. And I understand it's a bigger conversation, but regardless, I think we need to have money allocated. And if you looked at the city manager's budget, there is nothing allocated in that budget to talk about anything security.
Okay.
So that's why I'm bringing it up. I know the conversation needs to be there, but there needs to be some type of line item here.
Yeah. Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I agree. It needs to be a line item. And I don't remember if it was an executive session where we had this discussion, but it just went away. I mean, we literally were told that there would be an analysis done on the security of the building.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I could address that, you know, we had discussion probably last spring, and I did follow up with conversations with individual council members. And then the COVID started to spike again. We also lost our security manager, who was going to be the person really responsible for moving this forward. So it's kind of got, between COVID and losing the security manager, it kind of got sidetracked. So I think Councilmember Gruber's suggestion of putting $50,000 in as a something to be a start where we need to go. If we can work on that, and if we need more than 50, you know, we could deal with that in a supplemental, either a fall or spring supplemental to, you know, to make up any shortfall.
Mayor Pro Tem, is that okay with you? Because you had a previous motion on the floor, I think was it 7,000?
I'll rescind mine.
Okay. Is there further discussion on the Gruber motion for 50,000?
Mayor.
I think Greg wanted.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I guess I just want a little bit of clarity here, since multiple ideas have been floated, but I know that we're going to entertain Councilmember Gruber's motion here in a moment. Is the idea to still bring a broader discussion to the study session? Because I would like to know a little more about staff's concerns, obviously my colleagues' concerns, and what feedback we've gotten from the public about security concerns in the municipal building. Just from my perspective, I have never felt unsafe in that building, and I do not want us to send the wrong message to the public by, you know, hardening the building and making it feel less open. I think that's an important part of the function of our municipal center. So.
If I understand Councilmember Gruber's motion, it is for a placeholder for $50,000 but it doesn't. It's not determinate in terms of what system would be deployed or where it would be deployed. Am I correct in that, Councilmember Gruber?
Yes, you are.
Okay, very well. Further discussion on the Gruber motion?
Mayor, this is Greg Hayes. I do
Mr. Hayes.
have a point. Ellie Watson just let me know that there actually is a security enhancements budget, capital budget. It can be found on page G17. There's somewhere between 440,000 and 500,000 a year. And she says that that's sort of what that budget is for. So we may already have it budgeted.
Well, we may. I don't know what that means.
We do.
We do.
Would we bring this up again during public safety, or we're good? Sorry to interrupt.
I
I'm
think,
talking Member Tim, please. Okay.
I was going to say, I think the next step is to have that larger conversation about what the total security, plan would be for the building.
Mayor?
Where on G17 is that budget? And it would have been nice to have that pointed out. I'm on that page.
It's the fourth line from the bottom. It says security enhancements. And you'll notice there's money every year in the 5-year plan.
Okay, so we've had this money, but it just hasn't been emphasized in any capacity. That's where I have an issue. Okay. I hope we have the discussion then.
Councilmember Gruber?
Given the fact there's money there, I rescind my motion.
Very well. Okay. Further discussion on this section?
Mayor?
Councilmember Gardner.
So I'd like to hear from staff when it is that we can have this conversation about, whether it's security or COVID or whatever the excuses we're going to use to get back in person. I believe it was in April or May, we had a conversation at the time about coming back into person. And at the time, staff said they were going to come back with some scenarios about what that could look like, whether that was for all regular meetings, study sessions, and that's, 4 or 5 months ago. And unless I haven't been made aware of it, I haven't heard any more conversations on that. And, I think from a public accountability standpoint, we're at the point where we need to be in person for our public meetings. And so I would really like to make sure staff gets that back to council in a timely manner, because it's, now we're pushing the end of September and we still have not had that conversation.
Can Councilmember Gardner have a staff response, please?
Yes, we can put that on the October 18th study session to begin preliminary discussion about coming back, security needs, and so on.
Yeah.
Councilmember Coombs.
Jim, can that conversation include the accessibility updates to the council chambers that we've been talking about since December of 2019?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Cindy in Public Works. And yes, we've actually been looking into that already and have also done some preliminary analysis on the security aspect. So we can bring both those items. And I will tell you that we have gone the executive recruitment route for the physical security manager, just because of the challenges of filling that position. So, thank you.
Very well. Further discussion on
Mayor Burzins.
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. Does it, again, this is for staff, does it cost us anything to have SWAT come and sit through our meetings? They've had to come twice. Is that a cost to the city?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that could be factored into the cost of a security system. Do we need to call SWAT or do we need to have a security system?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Thank you, sir. Since I don't think I was on council at the time, why was SWAT called into the building? Was that just because people were protesting during council meetings?
Councilmember Burzins.
On that?
Councilmember Burzins.
Well, thank you. And police can answer that too, because that's what we were told to do. We had to leave the dais and go into another room and be guarded by SWAT. Now, I don't know what the trigger points are, but whatever happened had those trigger points.
Mayor?
Mayor Protem.
Yeah, I think when there were two occasions, I believe, but I think part of the reason, and I don't know if police is here, they could probably, again, address it like Councilmember Burson said, but you don't know what's going to happen when you have, 300 people in a room that are chanting and screaming and disrupting the meeting. They brought a FU cake to the mayor at the time. We didn't even know what was in the cake. I mean, you bring a cake up to the front of the dais, it could have a bomb in it for all we know. So I think there was precautions. Sorry, my dog is barking. There were precautions that were taken that, maybe Councilmember Marcano thinks that it was too much, but I think they just didn't know what was the situation.
Okay, and I think that we're going to have a full discussion of this presentation by staff as options given, full discussion during study session. During that study session, I believe on October 18th. So we'll certainly have the opportunity to explore this issue further. Is there further discussion on general management on that section? Is there objection to moving forward with the general management section? Mayor Protem.
Is the chief on the call? Because it would be nice to just get an idea of what that decision involved.
Very well.
Mayor, Chief Wilson, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. So obviously the unknowns of, the crowd, who's in the crowd, if they have weapons or not. We don't have security or magnometers at the door. So we don't have any sort of way to know what people are bringing into the building, whether it's a weapon, whether it's explosive, whether it's a knife, you name it. And so out of abundance of caution and care for council and the mayor, that is why we implemented, our SWAT team is trained in dignitary protection and quick ability to take you guys into a safe area where our patrol officers don't have that same sort of training. But it is a cost to us, obviously, with overtime. But if there's any other questions, I can address it. But yes, it does cost us, and that's why we use SWAT, is because they're specially trained.
Further discussion on the general management section? Is there objection to the adopting to moving forward with the general management section? Seeing none, then the general management section will move forward. Information technology. Is a discussion on information technology.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I did have a question, not necessarily a budget add here, but I am wondering, what is our strategy going forward? We are a predominantly, I would say overwhelmingly Windows-based environment, but some of us still use iPads and things of that nature. And I know last year, I believe, I brought it up to some folks about switching over to Surfaces instead of iPads. And then there were some concerns, I think, about servicing those devices. I'm just wondering, has anything changed, or are we looking at making moving more towards a Windows only environment?
Staff response.
Good morning, Council. This is Scott Newman, CIO. And yes, Councilmember Marcano, we are actually looking at that right now with the incoming council members. Unfortunately, we are having still anywhere from a 4 to 6 month delay on equipment orders due to the shipment and manufacturing issues. Sure. So we're not certain those devices will arrive in time, but we have a device that's very similar to the Surface Hub. It's not a Surface specifically, but it does provide that same hybrid function that you can use as a laptop or a tablet, either one. What we plan to do is use those with the new council members. Once we receive them, make sure that they work, and then make the offer to other council members if they are interested in making that switch.
Great, thank you, Scott.
Further discussion on information technology. Further discussion on the information technology section. Seeing none, is there Is there an objection to moving forward with the information technology section? Seeing none, the information technology section will move forward. The time is now 9:06. We will be in recess until 9:16. The workshop of the Aurora City Council for September 25th is called back into order. We are now on Deputy City Manager Jason Batchelor's budget, starting with Aurora, starting with our dispatch 911. Are there any questions or discussion on dispatch? Seeing none, then, well, is there any objection to moving dispatch forward? Seeing none, dispatch will move forward. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute.
Mayor Pro Tem.
One question, and I'm sure it's in there, but just want to clarify. So the recruiting that I brought up at Monday's meeting, then is that budgeted within the 911, or is that in a overall public safety budget?
So it's going to be a joint effort between both police and our Aurora 911 dispatch center. So it's going to be in both, and yes, the funding is included there.
But is that enough to focus on the 911?
Yes, we've got that. I think if we need more resources, we'll come back for a supplemental or next year's budget. But we've got a plan to get that for next year, and so we think we've got adequate funding.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on 911? Is there any objection to moving 911 forward? Seeing none, 911 will move forward. Fire Department, Aurora Fire Rescue. Discussion. All right, any questions?
I have one, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. Well, never mind. I'll hold back.
Further discussion, questions on Aurora Fire Rescue?
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Gardner.
So it I think it was in July at our July budget workshop, the fire department presented some software that some data from some software that we purchased last year using CARES dollars. And as part of that software, we were able to heat map areas of the city where we did not have adequate response. And I think we saw from those maps, I think on engine companies, we were in a much better position. However, still quite a few holes across the city. On truck companies, though, there was a lot of red on there. And so I'm curious, I hope Chief Gray's on the phone, but just talk a little bit about your thoughts on that and why there's, what we're doing in this budget to address that.
Staff response. Staff response, please.
Yeah,
sure.
Can you hear me? Oh,
go ahead, Chief.
Mr. Batchelor.
Go ahead, Chief.
So, Councilmember Gardner, the conversation or the information that was presented, I believe, was at a July Public Safety Committee meeting. And for the rest of the council, basically, last year we were able to actually get software that will help us through predictive modeling, basically identify where gaps in service are. So right now we actually have 5 ladder trucks, throughout the entire city of Aurora. 2 basically on the outlying portions of the city. And then we actually have 3 ladder trucks basically within the core. And you're exactly right, Councilmember Gardner. There are a lot of red in that particular, from the ladder trucks aspect. So there are some gaps there. There's not a solution within this current budget, but we are looking at different options.
Councilmember Gardner.
Mayor, yeah, so I would like to make a proposal for the fire budget. I'd like to propose adding a ladder company, and I would like to propose adding that to Station 8, which I believe has the capability to handle that apparatus. If you look at our heat maps, the central portion of the city, south from Station 8 through Stations 7 and 9, it's a large area of red. And what red means for the public, for those listening, red means that the response times for a ladder truck are outside of fire standards, the National Fire Protection Association, meaning 4 minutes or 240 seconds is the standard, the recommended standard, and the red means that it's going to be at least 7 minutes before a ladder truck is able to respond. And I think it's worth noting that that section of the city is primarily zip code 813, which, for those who aren't aware, 813 is the most populated zip code in Colorado. And so it's a really important area of the city, and there's a pretty significant need there. I think, you know, this obviously is just one thing that we need to do to, I guess, address what the data is telling us. You know, there's going to be a lot more I think we need to do as time goes on, but I think we need to at least take one step to address what to me is a gaping hole right in the central portion of our city. And so that I had opened a council request before this meeting. The cost of the apparatus for the ladder truck is $1.5 million, and then the cost for the ongoing FTEs is $2.1 million. So I'd like to put a proposal on the table to add that to the fire department budget for this year.
Councilmember Gardner, does it require any modifications to the station to add that asset?
It does not. Station 8 could currently handle the additional apparatus, and in fact,
So I think we need a little discussion on that, Mayor, because I guess that was part of the budget discussion when the department brought this forward, and I'll sort of read you.
Please.
I'll read to you from the request, and when we discussed this was, you know, the station is in very poor condition, cannot accommodate staff of different genders, and space issues limit the capability of adding additional resources. So, you know, as the chief said, they've identified the issue. We think it certainly needs further examination and looking at. So while we appreciate the information out of the predictive software, I don't think it's quite as simple as just adding the additional resources, at least based off of the discussions we've had at the department level, well, with the department. So it is not as straightforward as that.
Mayor, may I ask?
Mayor Tim?
Yeah, so I'm looking at this heat map, and why would we not put it at Station 9? Because that's the really red area.
so it has to do with addressing the large red area. It has to do with a station that has the ability to have the apparatus. Station 9 does not have the physical room for the apparatus, as well as it's tactical in that it's nearer to 225 for faster response times to other parts of the city, as well as addressing the large red hole that's in that central area. A lot of the red area around Station 9 actually is Buckley Air Force Base. And so that's kind of a whole different animal, if you will.
Okay,
so I think Station 8
not to be rude, but can I get the fire chief analysis on that? On my question.
Chief? Yeah, Chief, can you please respond?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can you speak up a little bit more? You're not coming in well.
How about now?
Okay, better.
Okay. Again, Councilmember, I guess it was Councilmember Francois Burke, she asked the question, correct? I couldn't really hear.
Yes, it was me.
Correct.
Can
you repeat your question? I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm having problems with my.
Well,
I couldn't hear.
Yes, I was looking at the heat map, and the recommendation is to add a ladder company with I guess 4 FTEs to Station 8, and I was asking why it wasn't at Station 9, and Councilmember Gardner gave an explanation, but I wanted to hear, you know, your expert kind of analysis of it.
Okay, I wasn't able to hear what he said, so I apologize. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, So again, to Mr. Batchelor's point, he had mentioned the fact that we actually have this predictive software, and the software basically will tell you where the best location to make sure that you're causing benefit for the entire city structure, not just a particular area. So based
No,
on
but Chief, the software, because I'm looking at the heat map from the software,
right.
the Station 9 is completely surrounded in red. So my question was, why not Station 9 versus 8?
Okay, so again, the software also takes into account historical calls. So a lot of times, Station 9 might be basically going into Station 8's area, which basically creates a gap in Station 9. So again, the software is able to basically create that modeling. Another piece of that is the fact that when you start talking about being able to accommodate a second unit, Station 9 cannot accommodate a second unit. It's just not possible. Station 8 in the past was a double company station, but at the end of the day, again, it's not even an optimum approach to basically putting a second unit as well. So I think Mr. Batchelor mentioned this, but at the end of the day, one of the things that we looked at from a departmental standpoint is Station 8, although this might be able to, or not might, it'd be able to basically take care of some of the operational concerns, it would need to be temporary, because at the end of the day, we would need to basically address the issues associated with that facility. I hope you hear everything that I was.
No, I could. So Station 8 is what Jason Batchelor said was in poor condition. But you're saying there's I guess a bay for the truck. So are there 2 engines at Station 8?
At Station 8, there is not. There's only one engine company.
One engine. Okay. One
But
engine.
There are 3 bays. Station 9 could not accommodate a second unit. It's just
okay.
Not
and then what kind of calls, do we know exactly what kind of calls we get out of that area?
Yes, ma'am. So again, when we were looking at the analysis, we were looking at complex type calls, heart attacks, structure fires, vehicle extrications, things of that nature. That's something that we noticed that Station 8 actually has a lot of those types of calls.
Okay, thank you.
Chief Ray, I think it's been, I think Mr. Batchelor and I think yourself mentioned that Station 8 isn't ready for another ladder truck. Can you describe why? And can you tell us where in the capital improvement budget that is that those upgrades are going to be made?
So thank you, Mayor Kaufman. And again, if you can't hear me at all, if you have problems hearing me, just let me know.
You're coming in okay right now for me. Are other members having trouble? Any member having trouble hearing the chief? Okay, I think you're coming in okay.
Okay, all right. So Station 8 could accommodate a second apparatus right now. It could. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to communicate to you is that facility was built in the 1970s. It was not built to the standard of a modern fire station. And one of the things I will say that through the capital improvement plan, we believe that that station needs to basically be, I hate to say it like this, not renovated. It needs to basically be, we need to identify an alternate site and move forward with the new fire station. The site is basically really, really small, and it doesn't accommodate things like gender differences. So again, I just kind of wanted to communicate to you, yes, it could accommodate a second unit, but at the end of the day, there needs to be a discussion about what happens with that facility in the near future, because it does not meet our standards, so to speak, as far as what we feel like a modern fire station should be.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me ask you this: using your best professional judgment, do you support this recommendation?
Well, I will say that at the end of the day, I am the fire chief and I'm an advocate for the fire service. I work in a city manager form of government, and to be frank again, I understand that the fire department is only one piece of an overall perspective of, for making sure our residents are taken care of. I will say that there would be some challenges associated with putting a ladder truck in, as I mentioned, for our personnel. But the data reveals that it would be advantageous if that was something to go in service. So again, not trying to make decisions for anyone, but
Sure.
I just kind of wanted to make sure I provided that context.
Mr. Batchelor, do you have any further comment?
I see Jim has his hand up. I was
Yeah,
going to let Jim.
I do.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, please.
Yeah, Mayor, to your question about the capital improvement plan, where does this fit in? We have, Fire did submit for replacement 4 stations in the capital improvement plan, which is part of the plan, that we want to go to the voters with in November of 2022. So Station 8 is one of those stations called out in that plan. And also, I would say that the way that City Management Budget Office reviewed this request back in July from the fire department was that we saw this as part of that, complementary to that replacement of Station 8 when that happens, as opposed to adding a company and a ladder truck now, when the information that we had at the time was that Station 8's in very poor condition and couldn't accommodate this. So that's what went into the decision making, included in the proposed budget as it is.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz and Councilmember Gruber.
Thank you. I would just like to separate the poor conditions out from this conversation because we've known for years that this station is in really poor conditions. And until, a year ago, this was a double company station. And so I'm just a little concerned that now that there's talk of adding a double company back, there's all these new concerns from management about the conditions of the station that wasn't prioritized, 2 years ago when we talked about it, or 3 years ago when we talked about it, or when they sucked all the mold out of the air vents, or when we got the station facilities report that's a couple 100 pages that outlines all of the stations that needed work done. So I do agree that Station 8 needs to be probably just torn down and replaced, but I don't really think it's appropriate in this discussion if we want to maintain any sincerity in the conversation about our concern for the firefighters who might be housed there in a double company, because it wasn't a problem a year ago. It's only a problem now that we're talking about adding one back, and I doubt the sincerity of that concern, and so I'd just like to keep that conversation separate personally.
Councilmember Gruber.
So I think it's important to remember that we've had multiple discussions over our last few study sessions about the capital improvement budget and how underfunded that is, both in the fire department and the other departments of the city. As Councilmember Hiltz identified, Station 8, along with many other buildings, are not compliant with current rules and laws, and those need to be adjusted. I want to go back to the heat map itself, because I think the part of the discussion that we had at the public safety meeting involved the types of calls. In other words, Aurora Fire Rescue has 2 primary missions, fire and rescue. And it's typical for Aurora Fire Rescue to send a truck, an engine, a ladder truck, whatever, to a call, even if it involves somebody falling down the stairs or a heart attack or a 911 call, that would be a medical emergency. So when we discuss the analysis, the deeper analysis of the heat maps, what we didn't get into, or what we didn't get good answers to, is to analysis of alternatives that could be used to fulfill that heat map deficiency. In other words, instead of a ladder truck, since the great majority of calls are medical calls as opposed to structural fires, would it make more sense to bring in another type of solution, possibly an MSU, possibly another type of truck, other than a ladder truck? And what we discussed at that point is that looking at those alternatives and trying to apply those alternatives to the larger problem would give us a chance to determine the best solution, both from an economic point of view and from an operational point of view, to deal with those calls and to eliminate those hotspots. So I agree with the statistics that were shown, but as a, I've been both a system engineer and I've had a fire system under my command while I was in the military. I think we need to take a step back and say we've identified the problem. Before we say this is the solution, stick it in to see what it does to the problem, we should analyze, go into a deeper analysis, come back and say, okay, well, if we put a different type of vehicle, an MSU, which is simply an Aurora Fire Rescue upgraded ambulance type capability, where we can get the EMTs, the emergency medical technicians, on site faster from other locations. Could that be a better solution? Would that be a better way to go? So without that, and I think the chief mentioned, is that they're looking at alternatives. And I think it might be, city council is now saying, here's the solution to your problem, where the fire chief is saying that might not be the best solution. He said, again, what he said is that there are several alternatives, and the chief and the city manager have not brought those alternatives to council. So I think it's too early to put, we're talking a neighborhood of $4 million, a 1.5 acquisition cost, and a $2+ million annual to pay for the firefighters themselves. I would rather have a study done. I don't mind putting money aside. I do recognize that there's a problem, but I would like to have a deeper analysis and a review of the alternatives done, and then those alternatives being brought up to the city manager, and city manager making a recommendation. So what I would support is both that study, as well as then having a set aside of, say, $3 million in the budget that would be used to fund whatever the solution, whatever the best solution to that problem is. So my recommendation is that we do a study and have $3 million set aside until that study is complete.
Okay.
Mayor?
There is a proposal on the floor, Mayor Pro Tem.
So with that set aside of 3 million, if the solution was the ladder truck, then that would still go towards it, correct?
Yes, and the idea is that, it'll take a few months to get the study done. It'll take a few months for the ladder truck to be purchased, well, actually built. You don't buy one of these things off of the Havana Motor Mile. But the ladder truck would be built, and then while the ladder truck is built, the larger solution could be other enhancements to Station 8. So the $3 million would get us through next year, and then the following year it would probably, then you'd have to fund a full year of operation. In other words, if we ordered a ladder truck today, we wouldn't see it until June or July. So we don't need FTEs funded from January through December, because we won't have anything for them to operate at that point in time. So putting a funding wedge aside would allow the solution to come, to be decided, the city manager to approve it. Once that's approved, whatever that is, and it could be multiple MSUs, it could be something else. I mean, I don't think it's up for council to decide the best way to fight fires and deal with medical emergencies in Aurora. But once that's done, then that wedge would be used to fund that solution.
So can I have a follow-up
please proceed, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I know you said that the city manager would have that analysis done and then make the recommendation, but city council would still have that final decision on the set aside, correct?
Well, no, and that's what I'm saying is that we would make that decision right now. So the decision, if we put a funding wedge right now, if we created a funding wedge and said, city manager, we recognize that there's a problem. We saw the presentation of public safety. So yes, we identify there's a problem. We're putting $3 million aside for you to put a solution in place for that problem once you have completed the analysis and decided which way to go. But, so it's one thing to do an analysis and not be able to implement the solution. It's another thing, to fund a solution and then find out, that might not have been the best thing to do. It might have been better to do A, B, or C, or one of the other alternatives.
Let me just point of clarification to the proposal, the sponsors of the proposal. Councilmember Gruber. So it's essentially what you're saying is staff via the city manager's office will undergo an analysis, a study, if you will. Could be internal, external study, and that should the study warrant the purchase of the fire truck and the associated FTE, then they would have the capacity to go forward with that, or they could decide not to. It's basically you're creating a contingency if the study is affirmative in terms of going forward. Am I correct?
Close. So the idea being that they do conduct the analysis. When the analysis comes back, it has to look at everything. It has to look at the building. It has to look at the fire truck, or it has to look at the overall solution, from a system approach. What's the overall, what is this going to take from a systems approach to solve this problem that's been identified? So once they have the best answer, have that analysis and have, this is the best answer, then there's $3 million for them to execute that answer.
Okay.
Mayor?
Further discussion, Councilmember Coombs?
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify from the city manager, deputy city manager, bachelor in chief Gray, don't we already have research that's being done, data that's being looked at for overall system-wide what is warranted? And that's a longer term process that's supposed to be looking at what's needed so that we can take an ask to the voters on this.
So, Councilmember Coombs, you're exactly right. Can you hear me okay?
A little louder, please.
Okay. How about now? Is this any better?
Oh, that's great. Yeah, much better. Mm-hmm.
All right. So Councilmember Coombs, you asked a question about have we conducted analysis and research? The answer to your question is yes, not only about an assessment of all of our fire stations, not only about the type of responses and the best resources to deploy, but we even did a really robust study as it relates to, our deployment models. One of the things, I don't know if the council members remember, we basically implemented a MSU optimization plan. And what that allowed us to do is to make sure that we were putting the resources in service at the appropriate time, at the appropriate location. And, I know Councilmember Gruber asked a question about would an MSU be a good resource potentially or an alternative? Not for this particular situation, Councilmember Gruber. What we were looking at is ways to basically address more complex calls, like I said a little bit earlier, the extrications, structure fires, core zeros to where people are not breathing and unconscious. And one of the things that the data reveals to us is that in Northwest Aurora, that is a good deployment model for the MSUs. And that's basically where we've put those particular resources. So we have done the analysis, we've done the research, again, not just for this particular situation, but also looking at our response model in total. I just kind of wanted to make sure that I clarified that.
Mayor Persons?
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. I want to get back to the original request. We keep going down these rabbit holes talking about Station 8, and yes, I know it's in really bad shape, but I want to get back to the original. And I appreciate what Chief Gray just said. They are constantly reviewing and see how they can do a better job. We need to, you all know that I've been to many, many budget meetings, and honestly, staff doesn't always agree, but many times we have requested a new engine or a new ladder truck or extra firemen, and council has agreed, whether or not staff agreed or not. But when we do these budget meetings, then now is the time to add. We went through a really dry spell with one of the former fire chiefs where we didn't get anything at any time, and we got behind the curve. And now that we have some money, now is the time to add a piece here, add a piece there. And I'm not talking about going into the capital improvements for the stations to be renewed or scraped or whatever. I'm talking about, getting the actual equipment that our firefighters need. And it doesn't seem to be important to many of us until it's your house burning or your apartment complex or someone that you know and love that needs that ladder truck, needs that fire engine there. So because of my past, and I've done this many times in the past, now is the time to add a piece while we can. And yes, it's a little pricey, but the cost just keeps going up. It doesn't go down. They will keep going up. Next time, it might cost $2 million or 1.75 million. I mean, now is the time to do it while we can and kind of piecemeal it out and make sure that we have the equipment that our firefighters need. This city is not getting smaller. It's getting larger, and we need this equipment. And nothing says it has to stay at 8. It can always be moved to a different location. But they're suggesting 8 because it has the room and it's centrally located. But next time, maybe, we get something and move it, or our equipment can move around. But to me, get it while we can, while the price is as low, because it's going up. And as the city grows, the more we need, the more stations we need, the more equipment we need. I just think now is the time, because it won't get better. I'm for this to do it now. As they said, they constantly do studies. It's not like they only do it once every 5 years. Fires are always in flux. So I'm in agreement with the extra one. Get it while we can and add it to our station wherever, and it can be moved. So thank you.
Thank you. I stand corrected. Although we are fairly informal, I still need to recognize some procedure. And Councilman Gardner put the motion forward first about adding the ladder truck, and Councilman Gruber then had a subsequent proposal. But unless Councilman Gardner sees that as a friendly amendment, it's Councilman Gardner's proposal that's still on the floor.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, so I guess my question to the city manager, because, do you support the budget that you gave us, or do you support the fire chief and this change in the budget? I'm confused. If this was an emergency in June, and the analysis this is different, by the way, than when we talked about public safety. But do you support the budget that you put in front of us, or do you support the fire chief's amendment?
Well, I guess it sounds like it's really Councilmember Gardner's amendment. The fire chief expressed what he sees as the need for the fire department. From a management standpoint, like I said, it came to us with information about Station 8 not being able, or not being appropriate, I guess, to house another company and this apparatus. I'd also say that in terms of the presentation of need, I saw the heat map and have seen response times, but he hasn't presented to management and the budget office further information about types of calls, response times differentiated by types of calls, and also the types of calls that would be that would require a ladder truck as opposed to some other piece of equipment. So without that information, we didn't include it in the proposed budget, knowing, like I said, that we have in the capital improvement program a replacement schedule for Station 8.
So if I could go back to my question, do you support the budget that you gave us, or do you support this change to the budget?
I continue to support the budget that I provided to the mayor and council. I do think it would be a good idea to have further study on the need, not only for, at this time, for you know, a ladder and company in the central core of the city, but going forward for the future also. So we're not making decisions like this on a Saturday in September, but rather there's a more methodical, thorough way to approach it.
Mayor?
So what you're saying is that the city's position is that you would prefer to have a study done and then implement a solution to that study.
That would be my preference, yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Yeah, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So can I ask the chief, because I would like to know what is the reason for the ladder truck company? What does that solve? Because I'm not sure I'm clear. Is it response time? Is it the type of calls? Is it just only because we have an extra bay in Station 8? So can the chief articulate why this is really needed? Because, I mean, if it's needed, I certainly want to make sure that from a public safety perspective that we have the resources we need, but I just want to really understand why it's critical to have it.
Chief Gray.
Yeah, I'm here. The first thing I do want to make sure I mention is something, and I appreciate Mr. Twombly mentioning this as well, is the fact that we have provided or that we are doing studies. We are looking at things from a comprehensive standpoint, and we'll continue to do that. So again, I just kind of wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. The second piece that I wanted to mention is the fact that again, this wasn't an amendment that I came.
No, we lost you, Chief Gray.
Lost you, Chief.
Great.
Hey, can you hear
Oh,
me?
no.
Hear me?
You're very faint.
We can't hear him.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You're very
Barely.
faint.
I'm going to try to switch to another device.
Okay, so in the meantime, could the city manager tell me, was this there? So this was an ask by the fire department, and the decision was not to approve it.
You're correct. The decision was not to approve it in this budget.
And what was our
reasons
reason?
Pardon?
What was the main reason? Because it's going to go to the voters?
Well, it was tied up with replacement of Station 8, which is part of the capital improvement program that we're bringing to mayor and council that hopefully will get to the voters in November of 2022. So it seemed premature at the time to, budget for a ladder truck and a company that would not be a place to go for a couple of years at least.
Okay, so I hopefully we'll get Chief back on, because I still want to know why it's so critical to have it right now.
Okay, in the meantime, let me ask Councilmember Gardner, do you consider Councilmember Gruber's proposal a friendly amendment to yours, or can you respond to that, please?
No, I mean, I think they're really two separate issues.
Okay,
I fully agree that.
Okay.
Can I finish? Okay.
Okay, then, okay. Okay, Councilmember Gardner's proposal then is the proposal that we're discussing right now. Okay. Councilmember Gardner?
Mayor Coughlin, can you hear me?
Oh. Nope. We can hear you, Chief Gray.
Go ahead, Chief.
Okay, Chief Gray.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The question, and I heard your question, Councilmember Bergen. Your question was related to, what the benefits would be. Basically, when we did the analysis, when we looked at everything in total, it would not only reduce response times as it relates to our ladder truck companies throughout the entire city, but also provide us better coverage and also assist with some workload management aspects. So again, those were the benefits of, putting that proposal together.
So Chief Gray, so reduce the response times, and is that proven by adding companies that you do reduce response times? Because I thought, like my area, we added a couple years ago, a truck to Station 13. Did that improve Ward 6's response time?
Yes.
It did?
Yes.
Okay, so that's kind of it's basically a function of more resources.
Yes, ma'am. So again, when you add more resources, it creates more reliability, to whereas when one unit is out, then another unit is close and can basically be able to take on those additional calls.
And that area you said was heavily, like the traffic accidents, I guess is probably a bigger need. I mean, there's a lot of calls specifically for car accidents.
And you're referring to the Station 8 area near AMC?
Area, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So more higher acuity calls within that area.
Okay, and then did I understand we do have extraction equipment, or we have to add extraction equipment?
Extraction, you mean extrication equipment?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay, so basically, whenever we acquire a ladder truck, we actually have to acquire equipment along with it.
So is that added to this cost?
I believe that Councilmember Gardner did a council request, and the numbers that were provided in that council request, I don't have it right in front of me, but I can try to pull that up. They included everything in total.
So the cost, well, I don't have it right in front of me, but so it's not just for a ladder truck, it's for a ladder truck and
equipment. Yes, ma'am.
And that equipment must go on a ladder truck?
So at the end of the day, I would just say it like this. Ladder trucks are where we put our equipment. And I don't know if you heard me a little bit earlier. We only have 5 ladder trucks for the entire city, but we have 17 engine companies. And the engine companies are smaller, more mobile. They actually have the water on them. But the ladder trucks are where we house things such as the extrication equipment, additional ladders, things to where we can basically support a more complex incident.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. I support this. We've always had an uphill battle, I think, in my time on council, getting any resources for fire. And that includes, apparatuses, bunker gear, you name it. It's always been an uphill battle. I hope that if council chooses to approve this, that despite management's vehement objections, they do not, there's not any retaliation or anything to come back, because this is ultimately a council decision. And the vehemence with which staff has been, really opposed to this. I just don't want, I think Chief Gray's been put in an awkward situation today. And I just want all of us to be mindful of that, and for management to be aware that we're all mindful of that.
Further discussion?
Dave Gruber.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gruber, then Councilmember McConnell.
Chief Gray, if you could turn your camera back on. I just want to make sure, Chief, that I heard you right, that what you're saying is that you worked with a solution for the council request that Councilmember Gardner brought forward. And as part of that solution, you're endorsing now something that you could not get passed through the city manager. So what you're doing, in effect, is bypassing the city staff and bringing this directly to council. Is that my understanding? Is that what happened?
No, sir. I will say that, there was a council request that was sent by Councilmember Gardner. And part of my job is to make sure that I'm responsive to any council request that comes in. And based upon that, our team responded to that information. I didn't, no, I didn't basically ask Councilmember Gruber or Gardner to do this, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that what I'm hearing is that you're endorsing the council request. You're endorsing this, even though you did not bring this through the city staff funding process.
It was brought through the city funding process. I think Mr. Twombly mentioned that it wasn't funded. And as I said at the beginning of the meeting, is I do work within a city manager form of government, and I'm respective of that and the chain of command. At the end of the day, if I'm asked questions, I think it's prudent for me to actually respond to those questions. And that's what I'm trying to do here today.
Okay, Chief, I think we can see what's going on. Thanks.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that, kind of going back, we're actually all, I think, in some level of agreement here. We understand that we need capital improvements for our stations, but we also understand that we need to improve service quality. I think that getting a mobile device like an apparatus and getting some folks and temporarily placing them at a station that my understanding is used to hold 2 companies. I think it makes sense to improve response times, quality of service for our residents, while we hopefully are able to then make the necessary long-term investments in the capital infrastructure for our fire stations. So I also support this.
Further discussion.
Mayor, question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just question on the timing. So if we were to order the ladder truck, I think I heard somebody say it would take maybe 6 months to get it. So are the additional FTE, well, we have to hire, so they have to go through the academy as well, right? So we're budgeting, but really the money won't hit till probably latter part of, or mid 22? Is that right? Jim?
So you're correct. There's 2 things going there. So there's the staffing portion. We would add 17 FTE, I think is the number to the department authorization. Chief would build that into his shift bid to make sure that we staff at the appropriate time, but those would be new authorizations. They would have to go through the academy to increase the overall staffing. We wouldn't put all new recruits. You'd have a combination of existing folks. You might get some new folks, but overall, the overall staffing demand of the department would go up by 17. That would go into the shift bid. And I'll have to get an update. Previously, it had been taking up to a year to get fire apparatus. I think as part of some of the financial troubles with COVID across the country, our equipment manufacturer, E1, has seen that demand go down, and I think their response times in terms of getting equipment built and to us has improved a little. I don't know if we're at 6 months, but I think realistically it's probably somewhere between 6 months and a year. We'd have to put the request in and see what they tell us in terms of a likely response time would be. But I think the bottom line to your answer is no. This station or this additional company would likely not open up on January 1st. It would be sometime during the year that we'd be able to have all the appropriate resources in place to open it. But I don't know if we know exactly what that is. And Chief, if you have additional details on that, go ahead and provide them.
So, Council Member, as far as when we would actually be able to put the unit in service, it probably would not be able to be January the 1st exactly, but we could, if the funding was there, we could basically come up with an approach to where we could put it in service, pretty early in the year. Now, we'll say...
but we won't have the truck.
Well, one of the things that, again, we've done in the past is the fact that, because it takes up to a year, we basically have put units in service with a reserve apparatus. So, again, if this were to go through, that's the approach that, that we would take.
Further discussion.
Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. I just want to thank Chief Gray. You've really been put on the spot today from both ends of the barrel. And in the end, you know, you're supporting your firefighters, and I appreciate that. I didn't realize that you would get put under the microscope like you have, but I appreciate you telling us the truth. And maybe sometimes, well, like Councilmember Hill said, you could have retaliation from this, and I certainly don't want to see that. And as I said before, these trucks are not getting any cheaper, and we can certainly use it. And as I said too, staff usually does not go along with this. This is nothing unusual. Sorry, sorry, Jim and Jason, but they usually don't go along with it. But we need it. The city's growing, and they're not getting any cheaper. So that's all I want to say.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to the Gardner proposal? Seeing none, then the Gardner proposal will move forward. Further discussion on Aurora Fire Rescue? Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to moving the Aurora Fire Rescue budget as amended forward? Seeing none, then the Aurora Fire Rescue budget as amended will move forward. Planning and Development Services, discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to moving the Planning and Development Services budget forward? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I have a question on for our retail specialist department. And I feel like we do not have enough resources to support a city of our size of almost 400,000 people. We have basically two people. We have our retail specialist, and then I forget Frank's title, but I would like to propose another FTE for that department, because the focus is so much on, you know, urban, what do you call it? The TOD sites, and then also obviously Northeast Aurora, where we have all the new developments. And it just seems like the rest of the city doesn't get, and it's not any fault of our staff, but they don't have really the attention needed. And I think this is and this is how we're funded. We're funded by retail sales, and we really need to invest in that department to make sure that we maximize our ability to capture retail dollars. There's a lot of my ward goes to Parker and Centennial and the DTC area, so we lose tax dollars actually. And if we were able to have some focus, not just my ward, but other wards, I think we could attract more retail, better retail to support our financial tax base. And so I would like to propose an FTE added to that department.
Could staff please respond to the Mayor Pro Tem Bergen proposal, as well as the cost for the FTE?
Certainly, Your Honor. What Council Member Bergen is proposing is certainly a consideration. Obviously, if you apply more resources, we're a very large city, and on top of that, staff has been working pretty hard to be responsive to the pandemic and issues that presented. We have costed it. Frank's position, Councilmember Bergen, is a project manager. Adding an additional project manager would be approximately $85,000 inclusive of benefit, and would allow us to provide more services of a broader nature.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
So I agree that this is a really important issue. I think one thing that I would like to have a better understanding of is where would those resources be targeted? We have a lot of retail centers that are underutilized and that are really struggling and maybe even to the level of being blighted. So would there be some emphasis and some focus on addressing those difficulties with those retail centers that are underutilized?
Are you asking staff? The request is just, could staff please respond?
Or do you want me to?
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
And staff certainly can also, my intention, Councilmember Coombs, is for that additional FTE to be able to do exactly what you said, to look at those areas that are, I mean, even Arapahoe Crossing, for example, really needs some help. I mean, you see vacancies there. And so I would say just overall for the city.
Further discussion on the bargain proposal? Seeing no further discussion, is there any objection to the Mayor Pro Tem Bargain's proposal of adding a 1 FTE to the retail section? Seeing none, then the bargain proposal will move forward. Are there further questions or comments on planning and development services? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving the planning and development services budget as amended forward? Seeing no objection, then the planning and development services budget as amended will move forward. Police discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. This is a combo that's also mentioned in housing. So I will refer to that. So in the housing budget for the Aurora Mobile Response Team, there's an editorial comment that this new non-police model of mental health response is not intended to replace the police co-responder model, which I think is a bit preemptive to be putting into an ongoing budget when the pilot was supposed to be done in time for this, but that obviously didn't happen. But the intent of that pilot was to see whether or not this non-police model response should replace the current co-responder model. The co-responder model that's been in the police department has been pilot funded for the last 3 years. And it looks like it's now in a reduced FTE just due to reorganization, but in the actual ongoing budget. And so those two items combined are really concerning for me because that wasn't the intent of the pilot. And I think it's a bit preemptive and was also something that I've mentioned many times that I had a concern with Aurora Mental Health running both of those programs because they had a financial incentive to maintain both programs in operation. And so for that decision to already be made now, I think is really problematic. So I would like to propose that we not include any ongoing funding for the police co-responder program. They are still pilot funded, so this won't end that program. It'll remain pilot funded. And I know that there is a pretty large set aside of monies to implement any changes and recommendations for police that came out of the patterns and practices. And so if that pilot were to come back and the data were to show that we still needed that co-responder model, it can still be funded at that point and discussed in future budgets. But given that we launched a pilot and we're now for the first time, looks like we're adding in some of that ongoing, unless I'm reading it wrong, which I guess is possible. I just think it's disingenuous. I don't think it's in the spirit of what we approved last year, especially when combined with that editorial comment in the housing department budget, and frankly is disrespectful to the community who we told that we were going to do this pilot with a good faith effort. And it appears in the budget that that's not actually the case. So to summarize, my proposal would be to keep the co-responder model in the police department pilot funded, and then reevaluate that discussion after we have the pilot data to see what is the best way to move forward to maintain the spirit of at least giving the appearance of doing this pilot in good faith.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I strongly disagree. I do not think we should defund the police on this issue. The discussions that we had was that we would have 3 response models. The one, the cahoots model that we're talking about would be focused on frequent flyers, those people that we know are no threat or non-threats that have called the police department, fire department, 911 multiple times, and as opposed to sending out an officer with, a uniformed officer with a cruiser, we would send out a team, 2 people to deal with whatever mental issue or whatever issue, non-threatening issue they had. Then we had the crisis response team model, and that was for a higher level of threat, not an emergency threat, but a threat where whether it was a domestic response or a domestic abuse type of response or something like that, we would be able to send out an officer with a mental health person. The mental health person would do the lead on the discussion. But again, when you open the door, or when someone opens the door, when there's a spouse fight going on or something between 2 people behind the door, you still want to have an officer around in case the discussion or in case somebody draws a weapon or the discussion goes bad. So for the no threat, we would send the 2 civilians. If it was a moderate to unknown threat, we would send an officer with a mental health professional. And if there was a threat, then we would send an officer, possibly 2 officers to respond. Defunding the police officer with a mental health, I think, is the wrong way to go. I would still want to see the results of the 2, sending out the 2 mental health people. But I think, again, defunding the police on that second response would be a mistake.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hiltz.
May I respond? No, may I respond first, please, Jason?
Please, Council, who else was it? Okay, Councilmember Hiltz, go ahead.
Thank you. So that is 100% false, Councilmember Gruber, and not at all what you voted for last year. When I brought this forward, the intent was to do the 2 pilots concurrently and then determine which one to move forward. And my intent was, and this is what the data would support, is that it would replace the co-responder model. And this council unanimously supported running that pilot. So what I'm saying is maintain the pilot funding for the current co-response program. It's not defunding, it's not ending. And I look forward to you voting down this entire police budget, because in it, there is conversation about shifting some current patrol work to civilians. And so by your definition, that would also be defunding the police. So I hope that you maintain that consistency in how you want to use your buzzwords, because this is something that this council voted for unanimously last year. So we can try to change what that was, but that conversation did happen. So I'm not proposing that we cut the crisis response co-responder program. I'm saying that we not put in additional long-term ongoing programmed funding until we have the results of that pilot that we all voted for back. If that data comes back and it says, yes, we still need to keep this co-responder program and we need to expand or reduce or shift or change the hours or whatever that data is, have that conversation in next year's budget. And in the meantime, when that pilot comes back, that will be in March is when it ends. It'll take probably a couple months to get the data collected. There is millions of dollars set aside for the police department that could temporarily float that program if needed to be budgeted in next year's budget. What I'm saying is that we voted for this pilot to collect the data so that these 2 programs could run concurrently, and city management has chosen to put in this budget that pilot is not intended to replace the co-responder program without having that data back, which is highly problematic for both the people in this city who thought that we were taking this response seriously in light of everything going on, and also not in the spirit of what this council voted for with the pilot. So I'm not trying to defund anything. I'm saying let's not fund it on an ongoing basis until we have that data back that we all approved and supported, and then use that data to make those decisions. And
Mayor-
so you can call it whatever you want,
Mayor,
but I wasn't done finishing, but sure, go ahead, because I know you're probably going to want to explain to me the program that I worked 3 years on that you don't understand again.
Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, I'm not going to bite, and she can insult me all she wants. I'm not going to bite. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, I voted for that plan. I voted for that plan for what I thought was for the best needs of the city. Other council members can explain why they voted for it, but only I can say why I voted for it. And I voted for it, as I mentioned earlier. We're going to have another discussion too about the putting non-uniformed people to do an investigation at a car wreck. I do support that, and I don't consider that to be defunding the police, because we're not doing anything to reduce the number of officers on the street. So and that's two separate things, and if it comes up, we'll have that discussion. What I'm saying here is that I believe, and I consistently believe, that the three model that we have right now, where in a non-threat environment, we send 2 civilians, in a unknown threat or a moderate, light to moderate threat, we send an officer and a civilian, a mental health professional, and in an unknown threat, we send an officer or 2 officers, is the way we should go forward. For us to defund the second one, I think is a mistake.
So, Mayor, if I could provide a little clarity on the funding status of the CRT program and the pilot program.
Please proceed.
In housing and neighborhood, in housing and community services. I guess part of this is a terminology issue. I don't think we consider the CRT program a pilot. It has been a grant-funded program. So there's been a question about the funding source for the CRT program. It is not, I don't think we would consider a pilot program. We would consider it a grant-funded program, and we've been using grants to fund portions of that program. That has not changed. That remains the same in 2022, so that we are continuing to extend our grant funding to fund the CRT program. So there are not changes to the funding structure of the CRT program in the 2022 budget. As the council members have discussed, the pilot program for the Cahoots model is underway, and we will get that data. And if there are changes that need to be made to either program, we will discuss those with council and make the necessary adjustments. But no decisions have been made as to the outcome of that pilot. So again, and the funding status of the CRT program has not changed. It is a grant-funded program, and that continues in the 2022 budget.
Mayor?
I would just
further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't understand. I think both programs are needed, and I understand Councilmember Hiltz, wanting to evaluate them, but I just don't want to cut them currently.
Further discussion.
Mayor, I'm not proposing that we cut any program. Yes, it is grant funded, but it has also been grant funded through developing new iterations. And quite frankly, at the beginning of COVID, we had a conversation at Public Safety probably 2 years ago about bringing iPads into the co-responder program, and they didn't even get funded to be used until well into the pandemic. And so the way that the program is supported is not with an intent to design. It's not with fidelity to design. And that has long been my issue with kind of how our co-responder program was used. It was something that our previous chief would trot out and talk about, but it was not actually supported. And we saw that through multiple public safety discussions. And so I'm not recommending that we not keep co-response. I'm just saying, let's not do additional ongoing funding for it. And if it's grant funded, that's great, but that does not change the fact that in the housing portion of the budget, it says in there that this is not intended to replace the co-responder program. And when we're talking about an ongoing annual budget, that means that the city has no intention of taking seriously the data that comes out of the pilot, because they have no intention of replacing that co-responder model. And I don't think we should be making that decision ahead of time before we have that data. And Councilmember Bergen, you'll be here when that happens. I won't be. And if the data comes back and says that we need both programs, then that's great. I think the co-responder program is a great program. I just think that this other program is a better, newer, fresher, more humane evolution of that program. So, but I don't want to see us, in light of the same organization doing both pilots. The fact that the new pilot is all crisis response, co-response people. I don't want to see this already prescribed in the budget. It's the city showing its hand that we have no intention of taking the Cahoots pilot, which is now the Aurora Mobile Response Team, but that's longer to say, as seriously. So when we get to housing, I'm going to propose that we take that comment out, and keep the co-responder program in policing on the pilot fund like they are, or grant funded, whatever terminology we want to use, and keep that, and then evaluate at the end. And if the city, you and others, Councilmember Lawson, well, Councilmember Burzins, you won't be here either. Whoever's here still, half of you, if that happens, we also have that $2 million set aside for implementing recommendations, or 1.5 to 2 million is what they said in study session. So it is a small amount. So that it is very easy, I think, for police to float that funding if it was necessary to keep that program going. I don't think we should be making that decision before we get that information back.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gardner.
I believe it was the city manager.
Yes.
Okay, city manager, please proceed.
Yeah, and I would just say that Councilmember Hills, that phrase didn't belong in there. I wasn't aware of that. I agree with where we were coming from in terms of standing up that program. I do want to say also that the police auditor will be auditing the co-responder program later this year. So we'll have both that and the evaluation of the Aurora Mobile Response Team after the early next year. And so that will help in terms of determining where we go in the future with both programs.
Mayor?
Councilmember Gardner.
No.
Councilmember Bergen. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
No, I didn't have anything, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. You know, just as we previously had the fire discussion, and we certainly put fire, Chief Gray, we had him answer questions. If Chief Wilson is on the call, can you respond to the need for, I mean, I understand evaluating these programs, and I don't think anybody's trying to say get rid of the Cahoots program, but I really think it's a critical need for both, and maybe Chief Wilson could address that.
Chief Wilson.
Yes, good morning. First of all, I think that the idea, and I know Councilmember Hiltz worked on this for a very, very long time and has been supportive of any of the mental health help that we can bring to this community. So I think she understands the importance of it. I actually are really liking the new pilot program and seeing what they can do in a nonviolent type situation. And I think it is very helpful. And the officers that are in District 1, because that's where they're housed at right now, are appreciative of their help. I will say that obviously we do have mental health calls that are very dangerous. We're dealing with people that are planning active shooter type situations. We're taking weapons and stuff from their homes. And so I'm being put on the spot a little bit. I'm in favor of both, but obviously, again, we don't know the results if we don't know the results yet. So we're keeping our CRT program grant funded through September of next year. And after that, we'll have the pilot information.
Mayor?
Councilmember Lawson.
So I have a question to Jim. So you just stated that they're going to do kind of an audit on the co-responder program, and those results will be probably given to us in the early part of the year. So I'm wondering, and I'm just kind of I'm trying to look at both of these because I kind of like both programs, and I'm just trying to see if with Councilmember Kilsa's proposal, if we kind of did what she stated and kind of didn't put any proposed funding, but we're kind of getting some of those results in early year, could we add additional funding if necessary to the other program? I know we won't have the evaluation on the other one, but maybe set aside some monies for in a supplemental. I'm just trying to look at something from a midpoint.
So you're talking about setting aside money for funding for the
Well, I'm just kind of going with Councilmember.
Team?
Right. She's saying that like, don't put anything else to fund it, but you're saying where they're going to do an audit of that program and that we should probably get results sometime in the beginning of the year. And I'm just trying to see if we would, I'm just looking at her proposal. If we saw those results and we're kind of looking at that program, I know we won't have it the other one, but we'll kind of have it based on this program a little bit. Is there any way that we could come back and say, well, we're kind of looking at this one, but we might have some results from the other one, and we can probably do something in the supplemental, the spring supplemental.
That's right. The audit will be of the police-based CRT co-responder program, and then we also will be doing an evaluation of the pilot Aurora response program, and so that will help inform in both cases. For example, with the CRT, the audit will tell us, are there things that we could do better there? Are there areas we need to improve on? Things like that. The evaluation of the mobile response team program will really tell us things like how many officer hours are we saving by sending a paramedic and a clinician on a mental health call? How effective are they in dealing with the issues? This is also a program that's going to free up officers and firefighters for that matter. So that evaluation will tell us more about that. And it may very well be, like you say, that we want to add to that program because it is so effective in those ways. But we don't know any of that until we get the data. But there would be Councilmember Hiltz has talked about the $2 million in public safety funding that's available that could be used for this, or it could be a supplemental.
Okay.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
So I'm going to ask the question, and hopefully I'm not the only one, but I'm not really clear what we're voting on or what we're talking about. It sounds like we're going to keep the money for the CRT, the crisis response team, grant funded. We're going to continue with the CAHOOTS program that we funded last year but didn't get off the ground until a couple of weeks ago. And the city is going to continue to perform an audit and do some analysis in terms of the effectiveness of both programs and in which program more or fewer resources should be put towards. So I guess I'm not following what the change is asking for. Only thing I'm picking up on is there's kind of an editorial comment in the housing section, but other than that, I guess I'm not really clear on what the ask is to change.
Councilmember Hiltz, clarify.
Yeah, so when I read the budget, it didn't look like grant funding, it looked like ongoing funding. So if there is not any ongoing funding, then that change does not need to be made. And I've asked about this program, and that was not shared with me. So if there's not ongoing funding, then I can rescind or pull back or whichever part, that portion of it. I do want to say that despite the fact that I am very pro non-police model of mental health, there has been a leadership change in the current co-responder program. And I wish this change had been made years ago, because I think it's probably in a better position now than it has been previously. And there's probably a lot of missed opportunities on the city side with that. So but I still want to see, obviously, I think the data will show, and I'm optimistic that this other program is going to be the better option. But I do think that if we're going to be, with this running concurrently, with the pilot and the co-responder program, this is probably the best we're going to get with it, with the new leadership that's over there. So then I guess I can change my proposal then and save that for housing to pull out that editorial comment. If someone can confirm that this is intended to remain fully grant funded until next year's either supplemental or budget, or however you guys decide in the future.
Response from staff?
Yes, the CRT program remains grant funded. There's been no change in how we are funding the CRT program.
Okay.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yeah, I'd like to, since there's not a motion on the floor, I'd recommend we move on with the rest of the police budget.
Further discussion on the police budget? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving the police budget forward?
Mayor, I have one more question on.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Hills.
So earlier this year, I had talked to management about how, and we got a budget breakdown that Greg helped with on, and risk assessment on a conversation that we had with the study session on how the city of Aurora's insurance premiums went up, and a good portion of that was specifically related to our increased use of force claims. And staff was able to call around to some other cities and kind of figure out what the averages were. And the end result is that other city departments lost about $500,000 in order to supplement that premium. And there's no way really change that with an overall risk profile for the city's insurance premiums. But I had asked staff to be mindful of that and to make sure that other departments were made whole, so that other departments were not losing out on dollars to essentially offset use of force claims, because that's not the same as, I think the comparison that was given to me, well, sometimes, a truck might back into a tree and that's an accident, but I would argue this isn't the same thing as an accident of driving through a power line. So can staff just confirm that that was incorporated in that budget to make sure other departments were made whole for their losses on the insurance premiums?
No department had their budget taken from any increase in, we fully funded everything in every department.
Okay, perfect. I know that was something that came up, so thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Further discussion. Okay, further discussion on the police budget. Seeing none, is there any objection to moving the police budget forward? Seeing none, the police budget will move forward. I think we're doing well time-wise, and I'd like to take a 10-minute break. The time is now 10:39. We will reconvene at 10:49. The workshop for the Aurora City Council for September 25th, 2021 is back in session. Marshall Brown, Aurora Water. Any discussion on Aurora Water? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving Aurora Water forward? Seeing none, Aurora Water will move forward. Human Resources discussion. Is there any objection to moving Human Resources forward? Seeing no objection, Human Resources will move forward. Library and Cultural Services discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
I wanted to, along with Councilmember Bergen, make an ad. Actually, never mind. This will be under the council contingency funds, so I'll just wait for us to bring it up then.
Very well. Further discussion on Library and Cultural Services. Seeing none, is there any objection to moving Library and Cultural Services forward, the budget? Seeing none, Library and Cultural Services budget will move forward. Parks, Recreation, and Open Space budget discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. So for those of you who might not know, we have been having some ongoing issues at Utah Park with folks violating curfew, using the park after hours, setting off fireworks, and sometimes even discharging firearms. And I'm not sure if y'all are having similar issues in parks in your wards, but I did discuss with the city manager potentially adding 3 FTEs to our rangers so that they can ensure that folks aren't utilizing the parks after hours and disturbing the surrounding neighborhoods. So Jim, if you'd like to elaborate on that a little more, I'll yield the floor to you.
Sure. Yeah, we have looked at increasing the numbers of park rangers. I'm not sure if 3 is the right number. If they're working after dark, there's probably going to be in pairs. So I might. I'm sure Brooke Bell is on, and she might be able to give us a little more guidance on that.
Brooke Bell, can you respond, please?
Yes, good morning. Currently, our current ranger model, we do not work after dark. So our rangers work from dusk, or from dawn to dusk. And so that would be a change in the ranger model. And so to add 3 that would work after dark would be there would be a very limiting in their scope as far as what they can respond to. We would have to go back to our current ranger staff and have that discussion. I think it would be a challenge because they're not accustomed to that, I would say that time of day, or that time of the day to be working. And it would take much more than 3 rangers. So I really believe it is a broader discussion and analysis. We can always use more rangers during the day, but to actually be responsive to after dark and patrolling parks would be a shift in the ranger model. Our rangers also do not, they are not carrying weapons. So it really is, in our mind, when you're talking about people that are shooting off firearms, that's really a police response.
Further discussion.
Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. Thank you, Brooke. How many rangers do we have now?
I actually do not have that number. I'll see if I can get that here in the next couple minutes.
Okay, I've never known, but I'm glad we have them. But yes, I always have big problems in Del Mar and Expo Park. And there are a lot of either fireworks or gunshots or a lot of trash. I don't know if people go in there at night and but I do get many, many complaints. So whatever we can do to help alleviate the fireworks going off, I would certainly support that. But it kind of frightens me to know that they would be working after dark and we're not being able to protect themselves. That's a real concern right there too.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. So, Brooke, when Jim and I spoke, 3 was kind of what was floated out. Do you have a recommendation at this time then for an appropriate amount for hours enforcement?
So I do know what rangers cost, and what I am saying is that hiring more rangers to patrol after dark is not a recommendation that I support. So while I can give you the cost of what a ranger would cost and what it would cost to have 3 rangers, these would be rangers working during the day to support our current ranger staff. I personally believe this is changing the model of our rangers to work after dark and to respond to typically police calls is not appropriate this time. So the cost of 3 rangers would be $220,000 ongoing and $195,000 one time. And these would be rangers that would continue to respond to daytime calls in the park and also respond to off-leash dog calls, get more patrols on the trails. So you have more visibility of the rangers on the trails.
I'm sorry, but as I understand the proposal, it is for after dark. Further discussion?
Yeah, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So just clarification from Brooke that you don't support the Rangers in the evening, but you do support them adding for the day?
I would support adding rangers during the day because that's our current model.
Okay, and how many do you support for the day?
3 rangers during the day would be a great addition. It would allow us to get out to the trails more often. Currently, we are fortunate if we can get to the trails, I'm going to say once or twice during the week, during the summer, because the rangers are focused on the Aurora Reservoir, Quincy Reservoir, some of the other open spaces. So it'll get us on the trails more often.
So what about in the winter? Concern is adding 3 FTEs, but then the workload decreases in the winter. So I was just wondering if you really need 3.
I would say, again, in the winter, it just would allow us to be on those trails more often and have, and I don't see the workload decreasing. As we grow, we just get more and more calls.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So I'm a little bit confused as to what we're talking about. So I understand Councilmember Marcano's comments, and I share the concern of that activity in the parks, firing weapons and things like that. I guess in my mind, though, I'm struggling with, is that a criminal offense or is that a park ranger offense? Park rangers are not considered uniformed officers as far as being able to arrest. They would call the police and the police would respond. So I acknowledge that problem. I don't know the solution of that problem. I think it leans more towards the police side as opposed to the ranger side. I also understand, independent of that, the discussion about increasing the amount of rangers on the police. But as I said in the fire discussion, this was brought up through the staffing process, through the funding process. And I would go to the city manager and ask the city manager whether that priority for rangers raises to the level where he would overrule the published budget or the published draft budget and acknowledge that that's a need. But I don't see how bringing in the 3 additional rangers would solve Councilmember Marcano's stated issue.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. So for a little clarification, the conversation that I had with Jim was folks using the park after hours, typically for, making a lot of noise, shooting off fireworks and things like that. There are occasionally firearms involved, Councilmember Gruber, which I would agree would warrant a police response, not a ranger response. But part of what I had spoken with, or really what my constituents had reached out to me about, was that they just wanted someone to be able to enforce the park hours, which are posted in Utah Park, outside of the parking lot, and discourage folks from basically coming in to use the park after hours to cause nuisances. I would not dare to ask a park ranger to, approach people who are out there discharging weapons or anything like that. I agree with you, that would be a response for APD. But I think the goal was more to dissuade folks from trying to use the parks after hours by having a park ranger presence, while also generating some of the other benefits that Brooke and Jim just talked about with regards to, trails, responding to off-leash dogs, things of that nature.
Okay, as I understand the McConnell proposal before, it is to have 3 additional park rangers for the purpose of enforcing park rules after hours. Further discussion on the Marcano proposal.
Mayor?
Councilmember Persons.
Thank you, but we don't know what the cost of that is.
I believe that Ms. Bell stated that it was $250,000. Am I correct in that? Or 240?
For 3 rangers, it would be 220,000 and ongoing, and 195,000 one time for vehicles.
Okay, so we're looking at around 500,000.
A little over 400,000.
Okay. Do they address any of the homeless issues if they see homeless camps?
That rangers do that. Our daytime rangers do address homeless issues. We do follow the appropriate protocol based on the current BPMs that the city has.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on the Marcano proposal?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I'm still a bit confused on this. So thank you, Councilmember Marcano, for your explanation. But as far as the what we're talking about is creating a night shift, a minimally manned night shift that I guess would be able to respond across the city to where complaints arise that people are in the park. So the process would be that the neighbors would see that people are in the park. They would call 911, I would imagine. 911 would then call the rangers. And again, now that there would be a night shift, and then a ranger would respond to say that you have to leave the park. And then if the situation got ugly at that time, the ranger would call for backup from the Aurora Police Department. That's the scenario that's in my mind. So I'm going to ask about that. But then the second part is that in order to fund this night shift, is 3 the sufficient number, or is there a different number? So Brooke, if you could help me out, first off, as far as the model that I talked about, neighbors seeing a problem, neighbors calling 911, 911 contacting the Park Service, a ranger would then be deployed to wherever it is in the city where the people are. And again, this isn't an emergency. This is something that could take 5, 10, 20, half hour for a park ranger to arrive and then shoo the people away. But is that the model that you're envisioning with this?
So we have not discussed this model. I mean, I was made aware of this about 4 days ago. A nighttime model is a significant shift to our current arrangements. And so what I'm saying is what 3 rangers would cost. If we're changing to a nighttime model, I do not have the data or an idea of how many rangers would we need. And what that response would look like.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So it sounds like Brooke is supporting adding rangers, but to the day and not to the night. So can Councilmember Marcano just clarify his request?
Sure, Councilmember Bergen, thank you. And this is a bit of a departure from the conversation that I had with the city manager about this. So I understand Brooke's concerns around not having a model set up for that it is a departure from the current, services for that department. So I would hope that if we do move this forward, that she could put something like that together. But in the interim, obviously, there is still a need, as we heard from Brooke and Jim, for 3 more rangers based off of volume of calls for service, and also to, just patrol the parks and ensure that things are remaining clean and safe. So I guess if I could restate the ask, it would be for the 3 for the time being, with the expectation that we get a proposal at a future study session or maybe at a supplemental to see what it would cost and the feasibility really for nighttime rangers at some of the trouble spots. So I guess it would be Expo, Utah, and again, maybe some of y'all are aware of other places where this takes place throughout the rest of the city.
Mayor?
Mayor Protem.
And so that you're asking for the 3 and then later decide if we could deploy them at night. So my only concern there is, and maybe this is for Brooke, when you're recruiting for that position, will it be known that there's a possibility that they would work nights? Because, if they're thinking they're going to work day and then you hire them and then they're like, I don't want to work nights. Could you address that, please?
Sure. So, yes, staff are willing to look at what it would cost and what it would take to have a nighttime patrol. And I am willing to bring that back to study session. And yes, Councilmember Bergen, I would not want to recruit without letting people know that there's the potential for a nighttime shift. And we would discuss that with our current rangers as well. And then we would also want to collaborate with the police department to understand what the protocol would be and what it would look like, because we do not want to put on unarmed rangers in a situation where a weapon could be drawn on them.
So if I might, Mayor?
Mayor Protem, please proceed.
So if I might ask Councilmember Marcano, would you consider adding 1 ranger, because then we use them for day, and then look at adding the whatever additional 2 or back to 3 once they were able to, I guess, identify what the model?
I'd be comfortable with that.
I'm sorry, who else?
Hills.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. Yeah, I support, Brooke in wanting to do that ad during the daytime. I, like Councilmember Bergen, I would be very wary of recruiting someone for a day shift, even with the possibility of going to nights. I don't know if anyone on council has worked the night shift, but it is a complete and total disruption to your life. And so someone who applies for the day shift likely cannot work the night shift. And someone who applies for the night, it's very, very, very disruptive. And so keeping those separate, because I would really hate to bring someone on days and then flip that, especially if they have kids and daycare and all of that. It's a really big disruption. So, however we split it, if that's giving 3 to the daytime now and then getting that and then adding another 3 later for the nights, whatever those numbers are, but really keeping them fully separate, not even the possibility of a shift. And same thing for current employees. I wouldn't want to see current employees be asked to go onto the night shift. If they volunteered, maybe, but there's a reason why people, work both of those shifts based on their home needs. So thank you. That's all.
I would like to sever the proposal to where all we're voting for at this point in time is to increase the number of FTE, whatever that number is, for park rangers. I'm deeply opposed to ordering non-post certified park rangers into what could potentially be an at-risk situation at night, endangering their lives. It is not appropriate. I share the concerns the department director in being opposed to that. And so if it's okay with the proposal sponsor, Councilmember McConnell, to sever it at this time, knowing that you're going to bring a proposal later on, but delinking the two in terms of just increasing the number of rangers at whatever number you want to put forward, but without any requirement, knowing for nighttime work, knowing that you will bring that proposal forward at a later date and time.
Mayor Kaufman, that would be fine by me. I'm happy to, I think Mayor Pro Tem Bergen's suggestion of one for the time being for the day shift, and then I guess effectively saving the rest of that appropriation for, I guess, a combination of a study and then potential future hires would be adequate.
Very well. Is there any opposition or further discussion to the Marcano proposal?
Just one, I'd like the city manager's opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that approach.
What's your approach, please?
The approach that Councilmember Marcano just agreed to.
Ranger.
So we're voting on one FTE to be added to the Ranger force. Okay.
But there's a hold for two other FTEs that would be allocated to the night pending further approval by council, pending formal approval by council. Am I stating that right, Councilmember McConnell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilmember Gruber.
I have a little bit of a concern about that. So I understand the one FTE, and you know, given the fact that the city manager supports the department head's recommendation, I'm good with that. I personally believe that what we're talking about at nighttime is a mission change. I mean, it's a significant thing. 2 people will not be enough, and we don't know how many it's going to require. So I'm a little bit reluctant to support a funding wedge for that at this time, because it's a total unknown. So I do support having one person put into our budget. I do not support having a funding wedge for, you know, and a funding wedge means that we're going to pool probably about $180,000, which is the loaded price for 2 people. To have $180,000 sitting aside that can't be spent for any other function until we make a decision one way or another. I don't believe that's going to be enough. And I think it reduces the flexibility that the city will have coming forward. I think once they do the analysis, in order to fund a night shift, you know, even if we're doing just swings, if we're doing, you know, from up till say midnight, you know, that's going to require, you know, by the time you fully fund it, you're going to need 2 billets that can respond, but then you're going to need other billets so that those people can take leave, and it's much more than 2. So I think that we should not fund that until we have the analysis done. So if we're talking about funding 1 FTE increase, I'm good with that. If we're talking beyond that, then I have an issue.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
And I'll pose this to Councilmember Marcano, based on what Councilmember Gruber just said. Would it be possible to delay it and put it in the spring supplemental once that analysis is done?
So sensing the hesitation, I'm fine with just moving forward with the 1 additional right now, and then bringing this back up at our upcoming supplemental. Assuming we have, and hoping that we do have the information from Brooke by then. So.
Very well. Then the vote is then the proposal is merely for 1 FTE park ranger without changing the mission. Further discussion?
I just want to make a comment.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Because we keep saying night shift, and all I can think about is the Commodore's song.
Oh, no. Oh, please. Okay.
Mayor?
All right, further discussion.
Mayor, in the analysis piece, are you going to look at other jurisdictions that have this night shift? Because I would be interested to see how it's working, how it's not working, some of the causes, some of the impacts. So I think I just really, for me, that's going to be important in the analysis. Will that be included, Brooke?
Yes, we'll look for that.
Okay.
Further discussion. Is there any opposition to the Marcano proposal of 1 FTE park ranger? Seeing none, that proposal will move forward. Is there any further discussion on Parks, Rec, and Open Space?
Are we on Public Works, Mayor?
Mayor, you're muted.
Or Open Space, I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't know where you, oh, is there any further discussion on Parks, Rec, and Open Space as amended? Is there any opposition? Is there any objection to moving forward the Parks, Rec, and Open Space budget as amended? Seeing none, the Parks, Rec, and Open Space budget as amendment will move forward. Public Works discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and I have a question on the traffic calming program. I see that we have, I think I saw an FTE added, but could staff tell me what is the budget for the traffic calming budget for this upcoming year? Is it still 500,000?
I will try to find that in just a moment. Hang on just a moment.
Okay. Because if it is 500,000, I would like to increase it because so many neighborhoods, as you know, are asking for the analysis. And then obviously with the analysis comes the devices that are needed to be funded. And I just think we fall short.
Yeah, and we confirmed it is 500,000, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so I would like to propose 750,000 instead of the 500,000.
Okay, further discussion to the Mayor Pro Tem's proposal.
I have a question.
Councilmember Gardner.
So, and I'm supportive of increasing the amount, but I'm just curious. I know in the past, each council member had a certain allotment of locations. So increasing by 250,000, how would that change that allotment?
We do not have that allotment in the budget moving forward. That was kind of more of a one-time for a couple different budget cycles, but we do not have that moving forward now.
So how would the decision be made then to where to place these? Because there's going to be needs all across the city.
It's based on the neighborhood application. Go ahead, Mayor. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. No, I was going to say, isn't it based on application and so every neighborhood, every ward has the opportunity to apply?
Yes, they can apply through the neighborhood traffic calming program, which is all online, resident driven, getting buy-in from their neighbors. And then we do the analysis and installation as appropriate by the analysis.
Yeah, and I guess that's where I kind of have an issue with it because, you know, the system before of having each council member have a certain allotment, I think that made sure that there was some, it made sure that it was spread throughout the city because each council member, especially the ward council members, made sure that those locations went in areas of their city where they heard the need. By doing it through an online application process, I'm frankly not sure how most people are going to find that. You know, I know we all know that there's a website with some information on there, but getting to it, I'm sure it'll be several clicks. And I guess I'm not sure that that's necessarily the best approach, but maybe that's a discussion for a different day. Like I said, I support the increased amount. I'd like to think a little bit more about how we do that because I think as best as possible, we need to ensure that we're addressing all parts of the city. And, you know, I'll just say it. I think there's probably certain parts of the city that might be a little more plugged in and a little more likely to get on the website and apply, but I don't think that means they should necessarily get more of those locations. I think we should figure out a way to make it as equal as we can across the city and obviously prioritizing the biggest needs that we have.
And if I might address that.
Please, proceed.
And I agree, Councilmember Gardner. I think I have tried to always bring it up during, you know, town halls and of course I get residents that just are talking about, can we get speed bumps? Can we get, whatever devices? And then what I do is then I respond to their request and tell them that they need to go online to the application, and I direct them there. So, I think each ward member certainly could advocate to make sure that their residents are aware of the program, and maybe we should just do more to advertise that across the city and educate people that there is that program available.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I also support this, and I also share Councilmember Gardner's concerns. What I would recommend is that increase $250,000 for the traffic calming device. Have the city go to the transportation committee, brief their plans on ward parity, and then once transportation committee vets it, bring it to study session for approval. But I think putting the money in right now would be prudent. If so, I guess my recommendation to Mayor Pro Tem Bergen is that would you support the 250,000 increase with the understanding that a plan will be brought to transportation committee and then study session?
Oh, yes. I definitely want parity with all wards. So, or, the opportunity for our residents to have that application made available. And if we need to change the way we do it, I'm fully supportive of that.
Thank you.
Mayor, this is Greg Hayes. Can I ask a clarifying question? Is this assumed to be one time or ongoing?
So we normally do 500,000 each year, correct?
We have done, sorry, I thought I was muted. We have done 500,000 for a few years. We have a little bit in 2023, about 275,000, but we have not yet budgeted for 2024 and beyond.
I don't know if we want to just add the 250 for 2022, and then look at it for future years. I'm fine. And maybe, if we fund it fully enough that we solve the problems that it's not needed in future years. So I'm okay with that as well.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. Cindy, where are we at with ADA sidewalk updates?
Sure. So we have issued, or the purchasing has the RFP for the ADA transition plan. So we'll be kicking that off later this year.
Right now, we've got a proposal on the floor that we need to resolve.
I apologize, Mayor. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, Councilmember Bergen, can you restate your proposal?
Sure. I think what I'm asking for is to add $250,000 as a one-time for next year. And then we can reevaluate it, and with the condition of looking at how we can make this equitable to all wards.
Okay, so it's increasing by 250,000 for the traffic calming with further consideration for an equitable process to be determined later. So really what we're focusing right now is a $250,000 increase.
Adding it to the budget so it's there, and then staff can work out through, like Councilmember Gruber said, through the transportation.
Okay. Further discussion?
Mayor?
I'm sorry.
Councilmember McConnell.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. And I just want clarification from Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. Are we talking equity or are we talking equality?
You would have to ask me that.
I want. You said equity, so I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
I want to make sure that every part of the city has the ability to participate in the traffic calming program based on the needs of their neighborhoods.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection for the Mayor Pro Tem proposal to move forward? Seeing none, further discussion on Public Works. Councilmember O'Connell, I think you had an issue.
No, I was just wanting clarification.
Okay, further questions? Further discussion? Seeing none, then Public Works as amended, the budget for Public Works as amended will move forward. Since we recently took a break, I'm going to go ahead and let's move through 5, and then we'll take a break between section 5 and section 6. Section 5, Roberto Venegas. First, communications. Is there any discussion on the communications budget? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving the communications budget forward? Seeing none, the communications budget will move forward. A discussion on the finance budget. Seeing none, is there any objection to moving the finance budget forward? Seeing none, the finance budget will move forward. Housing and community services.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. I'd just like to clarify that that comment is coming out that we discussed earlier of the budget and that we won't see it again. Thank you. Seeing a lot of thumbs up, so I'll take that as a yes.
Okay. Staff, can you, can somebody comment on where we're, the proposal for the temporary shelter for those experiencing homelessness?
Mayor, this is Roberto. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. So
Jessica Prosser is on the line. We provided in the backup for council question 3 in the backup that Greg sent on Friday morning, several options as it relates to a temporary emergency shelter for the cold weather season that's fast approaching. So we laid out those options and that memo. We are happy to go through them. Jessica's on the line and can go through them if you'd like. Don't know if you want further clarifications, but we can provide those for you. I'll defer to the mayor and the council how you want to do that. Do you want to briefly go through each of those options?
Yes, please. I would prefer, obviously, that you go through each of the options. Is there any objection? Seeing none, then go through each of the options.
Jessica, are you on the line?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So Mayor and Council, if you remember last year about this time, we were talking with you about shelter options and we're here again. We are still in the midst of COVID. We're still at the need to separate people at 6 feet head to toe for winter sheltering with the recommendation from the state and from HUD to have as many non-congregate sheltering options as possible. So that is not having everybody sleep in one room together and being able to separate folks as much as possible. So given that, given our previous experience with leasing hotels a couple of times, we have leased a warehouse, which is what we did last year. We did some community outreach this spring, if you recall, to look at some different non-congregate sheltering options that would be quick, temporary, and financially feasible and sustainable. So, you know, the staff recommendation is to be able to utilize the Aurora Day Resource Center, which we did not do last year. We put all of our emphasis on the warehouse being open each night. We called it the E-Shelter. So the recommendation for this year is to utilize the Day Resource Center on cold nights, like we have in previous years, non-COVID. But we cannot accommodate as many people as we used to be able to because of those distancing requirements. So we're at 75 individuals that we can shelter within the Day Resource Center. It used to be more like 200. And then we're looking for at least another 100 capacity for, you know, emergency shelter purposes, but being able to have some of that shelter ongoing. The feedback that we heard from folks experiencing homelessness was that it was nice to be able to have a place to go throughout the winter months. So based on the, you know, the costs, the operational challenges, the ability to spread folks out and have that non-congregate option, the staff recommendation is to utilize pallet shelters, which are individual units that can accommodate from 1 to 4 people. There's different sizes of units. We recommend purchasing a mixture of sizes. Those can also be used for quarantining if we do have a COVID outbreak at the Day Resource Center. We are recommending swapping out the tents that are currently at the Salvation Army site with pallet shelters. The current tents that are over there do not have heating, cooling, and they do not have electricity in them. These pallet shelters are very basic. They can be moved. They're a sustainable. The city will essentially own them. We can store them. We can move them to different sites. And then the recommendation is to put an additional grouping of them in 1 or 2 other locations throughout the city, based upon working with community partners there. So our partners that also provide the services at these sites, in talking with Mile High Behavioral Healthcare, Salvation Army is operating the current site that's been open for about 3 months. There's a real opportunity to be able to engage with folks that are in these, tents, and then moving into pallet shelters with case management, wraparound services, medical, workforce development, things like that. So it's working well, whereas at the e-shelter, people had to leave every day, all day, and then be moving around quite a bit, and we didn't get the chance to do as much case management. So we're seeing some great results over at Salvation Army now with getting folks housed. And the recommendation is to use the Day Resource Center like we have in previous years, and then add the addition of the pallet shelters to accommodate another 100 or so individuals and get to about that 200 number for the cold weather months. So I'm happy to answer any other questions about the other options. I mentioned, the hotel. I mentioned the warehouse that we've done in the past. We laid out some of the pros and cons in this memo. And then we also laid out the tent option. So we could stick with the tents that we currently have. We could buy additional fishing tents. There's pro and cons to those as well as laid out in the memo, but we learned last year in a big snow, they do collapse, and then we had to find other locations for people. And so we were kind of back to square one. So happy to answer any other questions. That's kind of a basic overview. Again, this will be funded with our emergency solutions, COVID money, which is HUD money. And then the recommendation is to use a portion of our ARPA funds as well for the one-time purchase of those shelters, and then the operating costs. And then I'll just very briefly mention, we have also applied through Congressman Crow's kind of set aside for this, and the state also supports this solution and would be willing to leverage some of their funding as well. We've also had conversations with Arapahoe County and Adams County.
Well, so I support the safe camping option with the tents. The tents that we used last year were inappropriate because they were like party tents that were released through a company versus tents that are used in safe camping. So my substitute proposal would be tents used in safe camping. Discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I support that, but I also want to go a little bit deeper into the funding strategy that we're going to use for this. We know that we have additional money coming down the pipe that we're not going to discuss today, FOPA funds, opioid funds, and so on. So what I'd like to have a discussion with council, a brief discussion about, is a clawback provision. In other words, we're going to fund this out of the city's general fund. We suspect that we're going to have additional monies come to the city that will be specifically targeted to this requirement. I would like to see the fact that if those additional monies come in and we can buy the equipment and pay for the FTEs to operate this function with those additional monies, that the city is able to claw back or bring back the funds that the city used from the general fund back into the general fund for the city manager and council to redeploy to other city requirements. I want to be careful that we don't get into a situation where we'll put up as much dollars as it requires today, but then there will be more dollars, and then there will be more dollars where a function that, the shelter function and manning could be funded 3 separate times without the ability to pull the funds back.
Okay, let's, if we could do this, if we could sever that, because I think that's pretty much, that I'm fine with that, but that's separate from the first question. So let's do the first question first in terms of what type of temporary shelter we're providing.
So the motion on the floor is for the tents, Mayor?
Yes, and then we'll go to your motion.
Question, Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. Where will we put, you said you wanted to have about 200 places for 275 in the DRC. So that leaves somewhere around 125. Where would they be other than the Salvation Army area? Or could they hold that many?
So currently at the Salvation Army site, there's about, the plan would be to have 30 there. There is the ability to put 2 people per pallet shelter. Our recommendation would be to buy a combination of smaller and bigger ones. Families can fit in the bigger ones. You can fit up to 4 people in those. So the recommendation would be to put some at the existing Salvation Army site, and then again, work with different partners. Restoration Christian Ministries has obviously expressed interest in utilizing the lot that they're currently using for safe parking to have pallet shelters. And then we're talking with a few other partners in different parts of the city. So they would be other areas. So the Salvation Army would happen right away, and then we would be looking for those other locations, which, you know, we're having ongoing conversations with a few other folks.
Thank you. Mayor, could I just ask, you
Yeah, Councilmember Brazos.
on my computer, when you said we're going to vote on whether to replace the tents with the pallet shelters, what was your?
We're voting on, right now, the proposal before us is safe camping tents. Families, I don't, that's not appropriate for families, but right now, as my understanding is, the Comitas provides emergency shelter for families.
Okay, so you're saying you don't want the pallet shelters.
Correct.
You want tents. Okay.
Correct. Further discussion.
Mayor, can I just ask Jessica a question? So
Sure.
we get these tents and we have these safe these places. Okay, so you're looking at, you're saying about 100, 75. I'm just kind of estimating, but there's still a lot of people that are going to be out there dealing with the cold the cold weather. So what's your process for that? If we get these places for those individuals, we're still going to have some individuals. So what's going to be the process for that to help those individuals, because they can only take a certain capacity. So, and then you're talking about COVID and doing all that. So what's the other solution?
Right, so we're basing this on numbers from last year when we had cold nights at the maximum number of people that we needed to accommodate, and then increasing a little bit. So we have to remember we still have about 150 beds at the Comitas Crisis Center. So our regular overnight shelter can accommodate 150. We'd have an additional 75 at the Day Resource Center, and then space for an additional 90 people in pallet shelters. Beyond that, once all of those things are full, and for folks that, are not good candidates for shelter, then we also have motel vouchers. And so working with a couple different motels. So those are kind of the 4 different places when you start to overflow what we have. And then beyond that, then we work with our partners in other counties and cities and send folks to those other areas, help transport them there. In a cold night where we have a lot of demand, but we know that based on the numbers from last year, we know that the Comitas Crisis Center mixed with the Day Resource Center mixed with the pallet shelter should accommodate the demand that we had last year and then some.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you're doing from last year, but this is a whole different circumstance this year. There are a lot more people who are unhoused. A lot of people are probably going to be, we got to kind of look at what might happen with this eviction things. And I know we have money, but I'm glad you're looking at it from a forethought. I just wonder if it's going to really be enough. So thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Yes, thank you, sir. So we're going to currently vote on your proposal to use tents. And I just wanted to state that I think that the pallet shelters are actually the superior option here. It's a long-term asset for us to use. They were the ones that our residents wanted us to use the most. They're the most durable, and again, they're mobile, which I think is important because we can move them this permanent asset around to serve the community the unhoused community as it changes, and hopefully as we reduce the numbers, it will be able to better serve the folks who still remain out on the streets. So I will not be supporting your motion, but I do want to advocate for pallet options. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Kaufman proposal for safe camping.
Mayor, Persons, what is the
Councilmember
difference?
Bersons.
What's the difference in the cost of tents compared to pallet houses?
All right, Councilmember Burson, can you repeat it?
What would be the difference in the cost on buying the mayor's tents?
The tents. Yeah. So we already own 30 of these ice fishing tents. We'd have to replace some of them to get them to make it through the winter. They're in the kind of $300 range. We would probably look at some other options just to see if there's anything best. We went with best practices. We were also doing it quickly last year because we had to isolate people with COVID. But the ice fishing tents seem to be the best option. Again, on a very snowy, night, heavy winds, we would probably still have to have a backup option for getting people into a more secure shelter location. We did have those same ice fishing tents set up outside of the e-shelter last winter. And when we did have heavy snow and wind, some of them did collapse and we ended up having to transport people to the respite hotel with Denver because they were COVID positive. So we couldn't just bring them inside into the e-shelter.
Right. Jessica, those were not the tents that you described that were used outside of the Day Resource Center last winter. They were tents leased from a tent company that does party tents, and they don't have the curved surface that the tents that you and I saw at the Salvation Army.
So to clarify, Mayor, we used those party tents in the spring of 2020 outside of the Day Resource Center. Last winter, we had the same exact ice fishing tents that you saw at the Salvation Army set up outside of the e-shelter during the winter of 2021. Just to clarify, and those are the ones that did not withstand the weather as well as, we would have liked them to.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murray.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're hearing from staff that these tents we're acquiring this asset to respond to cold weather activation, and that they don't respond to, and do not hold up during snow. So I don't understand why we would make the switch from a pallet home to a tent that doesn't actually work for the intended use.
Further discussion.
Meredith.
Having lived outside in cold weather environments for months at a time, let me tell you, there are tents that withstand snow and are insulated that can be purchased. Further discussion.
Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yeah, Mayor, I agree with that. And I understand that many cities, including snowy weather cities, were using tents. And that there certainly are tents that the unhoused have used that will survive winter. I mean, I don't think that's a question. The tents that the city used did not, and I understand that created problems. But there are tents that can be bought that will survive the environment here.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Jessica, has your team been made aware of, these higher grade tents that can apparently withstand inclement weather?
So we purchased the same ones that were being utilized at some of the Denver Safe Outdoor Spaces last winter. So we went with that best practice of utilizing those insulated ice fishing tents, and they mostly withstood the weather, but, the heating and stuff is problematic in them, and they're not going to be the same as a long-term asset like the pallet shelter, but they're certainly an option that could be utilized.
Okay, I was just curious if you had any more specific information. Thank you.
Further discussion. Councilmember Combs.
So with that question of durability, Jessica, do you know what the expected life is of the ice fishing tents, like how many winters they're expected to withstand compared to the pallet shelters?
I do not have specific warranty information, and I think we also have to consider what they're made to be used for versus what we would use them for. So taking them out to a lake and ice fishing, you're probably not going to go and it's dumping snow. And so I can't answer that question right now in terms of the warranty. The pallet shelters do have a warranty attached to them.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber,
I had a follow-up. I apologize.
please proceed.
Okay. So I think it's safe to say that given the construction of a pallet shelter versus the construction of an ice fishing tent, that they are more durable and would be likely to last through quite a few more winters than an ice fishing tent would.
Staff response. And let me just say, go ahead, staff, please respond.
Oh, I would just say, yes, I believe that the pallets would be more durable.
Yeah, ice fishing tent may not be the appropriate way to go. Again, you know, 21 years in the military, cold weather training, Arctic training. There are tents out there that are insulated. There are tents out there that can withstand a lot of snowfall. Further questions? Councilmember Gruber.
So if I could, then a tent is by definition portable. I mean, you put it on a pallet, then pallets can be stacked up somewhere. These pallet homes that you're talking about, what is the plan for those? So after winter is over, do we keep them where they are forever? Do we move them to a central location? What is the city's plan for managing the pallet homes over multiple years?
Yes, so I think we would keep them in the existing locations as long as they were working well in those locations. Just like we've had the site set up over the summer with Salvation Army. And then the plan would be to utilize them over the next few years until we had more options for more brick and mortar shelter, if that's what we decide to do. But they should be able to last year round for a few years.
So
the warranty is 10.
I'm sorry. Thank you. So you see these, then this will be a permanent campsite. It will be a permanent site for the 10 years where we deploy these. And that's the plan.
So to clarify, the warranty is for 10 years. I think we would, again, kind of treat this as a pilot. We put them up for 1 year, see how it goes, evaluate the success of it, and then make some decisions for there. But the point is we own them, and so they do fold completely flat. You could store them, you know, if we don't have an issue with homelessness in a few years and they're not needed, they could be stored, and emergency management could utilize them for disaster. We could use them for other things as an asset.
Okay, but again, okay, first off, it's not this is a permanent asset, so it wouldn't be a pilot by definition. It would be a permanent asset that we would own for at least the warranty period for 10 years. So it's not a pilot, it's a permanent asset. And then the second thing is that, you know, that you had said is that you would expect these to stay up at the location for X number of years, whether X is 10 or less, but you would expect, so we're creating permanent homeless shelters that throughout the city.
With the tents, we would also intend to keep them up like we're functioning now, you know, with Salvation Army. So we would keep them up for the winter, and then we would keep them up as an option for people to move out of encampments into these safe outdoor spaces.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I like the tent idea if we can get tents that are durable, because I think it just gives us more flexibility as far as moving them, you know, ease of taking them down and so forth. And I don't think I like the idea of the pallet houses, whatever they're called. it does sound like it will be permanent. And I guess, I don't know where these locations are with the Salvation Army and the Restoration Church, but are there houses nearby, homes nearby?
So the Salvation Army site is located directly across the street from where we had our emergency shelter last year at 33rd in Oakland, and there are not residential homes close within a half mile, probably on the other side of Peoria. At the Restoration Christian Ministries area, they own quite a few acres on their site. And so they would be within the fenced screened area where currently we have safe parking for folks to come and park. So they would be located there. And then in the other areas, you know, we don't have any specific other areas at this point, but obviously mindful of the screening, just like we would be with the tents if we were putting tents in other areas. You know, screening of the site and security and making sure that the, you know, adjacent property owners are well informed. And so when we asked the community about this, their preference was they would rather have the pallet homes as an option than the tents, and it's sort of a visual preference survey. Then at that point, I would rather, you know, look at a pallet home than look at a tent, even if it was a uniform tent and they were all the same.
Okay, and then when we did the respite, well, not just, but yes, the respite motel, as well as the temporary warehouse that we used, it was not always occupied. I mean, it was like really, it had to be like super cold days where people really chose to go there. So that, I guess my concern is these are going to be permanent and they're not necessarily going to be used. Does that encourage Denver to send people to us?
So I will tell you the e-shelter last year was about 88% capacity. That was the average capacity rate. And since the Salvation Army opened their site on July 1st, since July 15th, it's been at 100% capacity for those 30 tents the entire time. And they're all folks coming out of encampments in Aurora, and our street outreach teams have reached out to folks, and that's how people are coming in. So we do feel that these will be utilized, and we will be tracking that they will be folks, you know, from Aurora utilizing these services. And when obviously everybody gets put into the you know, homeless management information system, the HMIS. So we're tracking where people are coming from, but we do feel like they will be utilized.
Okay, so I had heard from, actually it was someone in our state legislature that had seen a white bus drop off a busload of, he said, were homeless people into Aurora. Do you see that happening? Because then I'm like, where are they coming from? And we're you know, bearing the responsibility to house them. And I was just kind of surprised that this bus came in and dropped off a whole busload of homeless people. So how do you deal with that situation if that were to happen?
So I can't speak to that specific situation because I don't, you know, have much information about it. But obviously, in talking with Mile High, when people are coming to the Day Resource Center and other places, we can see the last place that they receive service is part of the HMIS system. And so if they have been receiving services in Denver and they come to Aurora, we often encourage them to go back to Denver where they're already in the systems there and working with case management and other service providers.
Mayor. Discussion. Councilor Holmes.
So the Aurora Day Resource Center and yeah, so there and street outreach buses are white. So that could be what someone is talking about.
It was a huge
so
bus, like a school bus.
Clear that, you know, we do have buses that we have asked people, well, vans, I guess, that we have asked people to be picked up in. So
this was specifically a bus that looks like a huge school bus, but it was white. It wasn't a van.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
To me, the tent option seems to make more sense as kind of something temporary until we're able to figure out a more permanent long-term solution. I think we're all aware there's potentially tens of millions of dollars in Aurora. The state has well over $2 billion in ARPA money, as well as the counties. And I think, in fact, we're getting a presentation on October 4th about some potential uses for some of that ARPA money that could go to a more permanent long-term solution. And so to me, it makes more sense to go the tent route and then carry that over until we get something permanent. I think when people think of tents or where we're talking about tents, they have a Coleman in mind, but there's tents that are used in much worse weather conditions than we experience here in Colorado, to significant temperatures below zero that withstand significant winds, and that are used in some really extreme weather places. So anyways, I'm rambling at this point, but long story short, to me, it makes a lot more sense to do that rather than go the pallet home, because then that becomes our permanent solution. And I don't think we want that to be our permanent solution. So I think this provides us a good kind of carryover.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Like, I just want to be very clear that staff is not saying pallet homes are going to be a permanent solution. And to the best of my knowledge, staff is actually supportive of us, finding long-term solutions, brick and mortar solutions to actually house people with a variety of programming and things of that nature. The pallet homes are more durable. They might look more permanent just because they're not, they're not tents. But that doesn't mean that that's actually what we're going to do. We're going to set up a pallet home village and call it a day. So I don't understand where that framing or that thought is coming from. These structures have power. They have heat, which is important for our cold weather here. And this is what our residents prefer. And I think that having an inventory of, things that we can actually repurpose and reuse for other purposes aside from homelessness in the future, if necessary, is, I think, a wise investment if we're going to be spending money on this.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yeah, I mean, considering that the camping site is in Ward 1 and we're talking about, visual preferences of neighbors, I know we've gotten complaints about kind of the aesthetic part of the issue related to homelessness. I mean, I don't see why we're pushing back against this process we went through to get resident feedback around a visual preference. I mean, I think that's part of the concern we're hearing from residents, homeowners, taxpayers, and if that's going to be, if that potentially is in Ward 1 or in Ward 6, I would want to honor kind of that feedback and input from residents who gave input that way.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
So yeah, and people came out and they looked at which tents we were using. They didn't think we were using Coleman tents. They went inside of the ice fishing tents and saw how they were outfitted. So they were seeing the difference between the tents and the pallet shelters. A lot of people have also expressed concern about the tents and about whether the tents are really a good place for people to be staying in the time that they are in any type of a transitional or emergency shelter situation. They would like to see people have access to things like heating and cooling. And the pallet shelters provide that much more efficiently. So we also had tiny homes that people could look at. And the tiny homes were a little more expensive and harder to place and transport. And given that kind of information that was available, the community said, hey, this seems like the best intermediate option between tiny homes and tents and something that we could use. And they understood it to be for potentially temporary and emergency solutions. And I agree with my colleagues. Part of the deal with pallet shelters is actually we can also put them on a pallet and store them. That's one of the advantages of having them.
And just let me say that obviously we don't want to take our time up with ARPA funding today, but our ARPA dollars will be used for more permanent housing, whether it's pallet homes, tiny homes, or the Ridgeview Academy facility that the state wants to look at going into Aurora and Arapahoe County for people participating in programs. So this is only for emergency housing. Further discussion.
Mayor?
Just to clarify, Mayor, this proposal is for ARPA funds. So it's ESG HUD funds that are only for COVID related. And then the proposal is to use ARPA funds and then still work towards those other permanent shelter options.
Mm-hmm. Further discussion. That's right.
Mayor.
Oh, Councilman Mario.
Can I just ask a clarification
Well,
question?
we're getting
Jessica?
a lot of feedback. Go ahead, please.
Just real quick, sorry, Councilmember Murillo. Did you say this, we're asking for ARPA funds now? Because that's for October discussion.
So there are a few items within this budget under Housing and Community Services for the use of ARPA funds now. And so this would be funded with a combination of ARPA funds and then our HUD ESG COVID dollars.
Okay, but the ARPA funds are to be discussed on the study session for October 4th, not today.
That's correct. And so you'll find a few items in the budget are related to ARPA funds under Housing and Community Services in advance that were included in the budget. And then we're discussing all the other options and ideas. You're right, on October 4th. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure if you misspoke, but I just wanted to clarify that pallet homes are not permanent housing options. These are temporary. They have a 10-year warranty. They will deteriorate over time.
No, I was referring to those in programs that will be participating programs that we want to provide transitional housing for. And so we can certainly debate that as to what is the appropriate vehicle for that. But that's just, that'll be another debate. Further questions or comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. No, I also wanted to clarify that as well, that pallet homes are temporary shelters. And then the other thing was around, and it's totally escaping me now. I was trying to get my comment in earlier. You can circle back to me when I recall.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I'm a bit confused. Today's general fund, capital fund, general city business, ARPA funds, opioid funds are going to be covered in other meetings. The discussion on I think 10 years is, I think if we agree that it's semi-permanent, 10 years is semi-permanent. But the question is fundamentally, what are we talking about today as far as the general fund goes? And if we are talking general fund, if we make a decision today, will that lock us in to a decision on October 4th? So if we could get some clarity as to what we are voting on today, what we are voting on October 4th, and will the decision today preempt any decision that will be made on October 4th?
Councilmember, Mayor, can I?
Please proceed.
Just a clarification, this had some time sensitivities because of the nature of whatever option we choose, we'd need to buy or secure that. And the cold weather coming forward, we felt like we needed to get this in front of council. We didn't have any study sessions in September, so we felt like we needed to get a decision and direction from council sooner. As we discussed during the one-on-ones, there were some items from the rescue plan money that we had already programmed into the budget, and we had gone through those during our one-on-ones and then again during the budget presentation. So the bigger picture items on 4th will be kind of land acquisition, shelters, all the other bigger ideas that council has brought forward and that we're hearing from our community engagement process. But just to clarify the confusion, it's not, we have some elements of the rescue plan that we are using in this budget, primarily in Jessica's department. Some one-offs that we had for the gap financing, some for some housing software that we went through on the one-on-one. So I'm sorry if that's a little bit of a confusion, but this one had a time sensitivity. And then we did have some rescue plan money that we had placed into the budget. But the larger conversation about all the other permanent shelters and housing and all the other ideas we will have on October 4th.
Okay, so if I could follow up, what are we voting on today then? Are we voting on the tents and the houses today or?
Yes, what option do you want us to pursue for an emergency shelter option for winter weather? What option do you want us to?
So then the follow-up on that is that whatever happens as a result of the decision we make today, will the general fund be refunded for any general fund dollars that we're voting on today? Or is this no general funds and we're talking ARPA funds, opioid funds or whatever right now? What pot is the money coming from?
I would say if we could just get direction on what you want to use, we certainly can reconcile the budget that we use on the 4th. If we want to use ARPA or if we want to use general fund, whatever the council direction on the 4th, we can do that. We simply need to pursue the option and securing the site and securing the material. We can always reconcile. I'll defer to Greg on this. We can always reconcile where we take that budget once you make the budget decision about how you want to fund it. Obviously, there's consensus that you want to have a solution for an emergency shelter. We need that in the winter weather. How the budget maybe can catch up to that decision, if that makes sense. Greg, do you want to speak to that, or I don't know if Councilmember Gruber, if that's responsive?
Yeah, I would say that if we're wanting to use general fund, I don't think that we'd want to make that decision on October 4th, because that October 4th was talking about spending the ARPA funds. If we want to, it's not like we're done. You know, it's not like we're done today and we can never change the budget ever again. So I would say that if there's a question on that, I would not make the adjustment right now. Let's talk about it, talk about where the money wants to come from, and then do a supplemental after that. That's probably the cleanest.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember
Bergen.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Okay, it doesn't make sense to me. We're talking 1 week away, October 4th. So why don't we just, I mean, wouldn't it be better to use ARPA funds rather than general fund monies? There's a lot in the ARPA funds. I think, you know, general fund we can use for roads and other things. And it's a week away. It's not like it's going to cause a major delay.
Councilmember Combs.
So can I clarify? Part of the money that this is coming from is the ESG CV dollars, which can only be used for this type of use, correct? It is not general fund money that's paying for that portion. Like, what, if any, portion of the dollars being proposed for this for cold weather activation are general fund dollars?
The proposal was for no general fund monies to be used, only the ESG COVID money and then ARPA funds to fill in the rest. We want to spend those ESG funds first. They have a sunset of May of 2022. We already have existing agreements with many of our service providers like Mile High to do the cold weather sheltering at the Day Resource Center. We have an ongoing agreement with Salvation Army that we would add to. So we would be using, you know, probably if we were looking at a $1.2 million ask, we're looking at about $300,000 to $400,000 of ESG money, and then the rest coming from ARPA.
Follow up. Typically for cold weather activation, I know these last 2 years have been unusual because of COVID. When would we have had the cold weather activation budget and plans done by?
They would be built into the existing agreements that we would have each year with Mile High through marijuana funds, typically in a non-COVID time. So the need for the additional piece is that we cannot accommodate everybody in that existing facility with the operations that we have, and we're seeking additional, you know, space, at which then requires a additional, you know, staffing and wraparound services.
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. Why do we have to do all one or all the other? Why don't we do 50-50 and then we can see which one holds up and which one is better?
Staff is happy to accommodate something like that.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Maria.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like this is not general fund monies. They want, staff felt like we needed to elevate or expedite the conversation. So if we're gonna have the same conversation in a week, I think we should just vote on it. And again, residents did go to visit the area where they had the tents and the pallet shelters, pallet homes, put up, and the preference was the visual preference was the pallet homes. So if these are going to be in our communities and we're concerned about neighbors and they're trying to accommodate their concerns, I think we should honor their preference there and honor staff's request for the pallet homes.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is profit proposal. And for tents, for emergency, for, I guess, additional emergency shelter in addition to the day resource center during cold weather activation. Let me call the roll on that. Councilmember Hills?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
To clarify, this is whether we're voting on the tent option that you proposed?
Yes.
Okay, then no. I do not support the tent. I support the pallet homes.
Sorry, Mayor. I thought we were voting on Councilmember Murillo's superseding proposal. I'd like to amend mine to no.
Let me call the roll again. Because the motion on the floor is the coffee motion. Let me call the roll again. Councilmember Hills?
Then no.
Councilmember Lawson?
No, I've misunderstood.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember McConnell?
No.
Council Member Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Bergen? Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Okay. It's 5-5. Mayor votes yes. Greg, what are the rules on that?
You need 6 votes.
6 votes to approve. When we talked about getting them on the board, it was 5 to get them on and 6 to approve. So I would say that
fails, and so then
did not pass.
Then the city manager proposal, it passes, correct? Since my amendment didn't pass, then it's the city manager's proposal that passes. Correct?
Good.
What is that?
Yeah, I don't think there is I think that there are options by the city manager. I don't think well, let me ask, city manager, is there a proposal?
That's correct. There were options laid out for council to consider.
Okay, thank you. Very well.
So do we vote on that? Do we vote on that?
So are there other proposals?
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
I propose the pallet shelter option, which was the option overwhelmingly supported by our residents. And I think staff has done an excellent job of laying out why.
Further discussion.
I have a
question.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen and then Councilmember Lawson.
How many residents participated in that? Because we have a city of 386,000 or so.
from what I recall, we had close to 300 people that came out in person to that engagement. And then we also had a survey posted through Engage Aurora, and I do not recall the exact number that participated in that survey.
We don't know if the
Give you that
300 were
information.
we don't know if the 300 were residents, not.
They do indicate through Engage Aurora if they were residents. We certainly had some folks that were not Aurora residents that came to check it out from around the metro area. But there was a wide range of folks that came, including people experiencing homelessness that would be the ones living in the different options.
Councilmember Lawson.
Jessica, with the pallet homes, how fast or can we get those if that's approved now? Because winter is coming. So what's the time frame?
Yeah, so they've had a lot of demand. They have 60 shelters they're kind of holding back for us, knowing that this conversation is happening. So they're holding some back for us now that they have available that we could get in about 4 to 5 weeks. If we don't tell them yes or no pretty soon, it could probably be up to 12 weeks before we got them in. Yep.
Further discussion? The question before us is a Marcano motion to purchase. Is there a number to that, Councilmember Marcano? Or I would just say, I guess it's just the pallet home option put forward by staff.
Marcano had a computer issue, but yeah, I believe what was put forward by staff was 60.
Okay, is there further discussion on the Marcano proposal? And we'll have to wait for him to come back in. Councilmember Marcano, are you back with us?
No, his whole system shut down. He's having to reboot completely.
Okay, well, the time is now 12:20. I want to take a 10-minute recess, and so we will reconvene at 12:30.
Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
It is the lunch hour, so I think 10 minutes is not going to be enough for people to get their food. Can we, if we're going to do this as the lunch break, could we do it longer, or unless we're going to take that later?
Okay, no, we can take it now. What do you to chew your food, how long does that take? Okay, the time is now
20 minutes maybe?
12:20. The time is on 12:21. We will stand in recess until 12:41. the workshop of the Aurora City, budget workshop for the Aurora City Council for September 25th, 2021 is back in session. Councilmember Marcano, you have the floor.
Sorry, Mayor, I dropped off. My computer blue screened on me, so I do not remember where the conversation left off.
You just put forward a motion on the floor.
Oh.
Could you restate your motion?
Sure. So my motion was to go with the staff recommendation for pallet homes.
There are further discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I just wanted to point out the staff didn't have a recommendation, or that actually all of these are staff recommendations.
Yeah.
Further discussion?
Mayor? Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
I'm not sure that we have everyone back yet. So I think we might want to wait just a couple of minutes.
Very well.
Okay, I think actually, so folks are all here, and if they're not in the building, they're on their phones. So we're good to go.
Councilmember O'Connell, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, my motion was to go with the pallet shelter option. Again, it was the most supported option during our workshop and through Engage Aurora. They are mobile and multi-purpose, which is great. As I mentioned, we can use them for homelessness, but we can also, in the future, when we have hopefully solved this issue in our city, use them for other emergency services such as fires and other kinds of natural disasters. They do have a longer life and a long warranty, which is great. And they do also have heat and electricity for folks residing within them. So with that, I think that the pros outweigh the cons. They are a little more expensive, but I think that they're a worthwhile investment that will last us into the future.
Further discussion?
Mayor Gruber.
Councilmember Lawson, then Councilmember Gruber.
Councilmember Marcano, so the proposal that the staff had recommended was 60 for right now because we could get those. Are you looking at just moving forward with that or just looking at how they work? And then are you proposing another amount? I just want to make sure we're looking at what you're talking about. I'm fine with the pallets, but I'm just asking, do you have a number? Are you fine with the 60 right now and look at it later?
Sure. So I'm fine with the staff recommendation as is, although I think we are all aware that all of the recommendations that we got here, we actually have a larger unhoused population than this will serve. So I think that, this I think is being proposed as a pilot. So I'm fine with getting less than we really need to fully address the issue just yet. But I would hope that as soon as these are proven to be effective, that we will very quickly turn around and actually get enough to, house this population while the permanent solutions actually come online.
Yeah. Further discussion?
Mayor Dave.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yeah, I just want to, again, some of that was misrepresented. The staff did not have a single recommendation. It was specifically asked if there was a vote or how many people from Aurora selected one over the other, and those numbers weren't available. So again, I understand we're voting now on whether or not to buy these semi-permanent pallet homes, but I think the way it was presented was misrepresented.
Okay. Further discussion? Councilmember Combs.
No, sir, that was me.
Okay, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. Councilmember Gruber, I would appreciate if you wouldn't misrepresent what I stated. In the memo, staff mentions that this was the most supported option by Aurora residents and that tents were the least supported option by Aurora residents. So I would encourage you to look at the memo that they sent over on the 23rd. Thank you.
Further discussion? And it was subsequent to my conversation with staff that they changed their position and to put forward two options. And my understanding is neither one at this time. they're supporting. And let me just say, as a qualified instructor in the United States Marine Corps for winter mountain warfare, I'm well familiar with tents, and there are tents that will serve the purposes that are intended in this discussion. Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is a Marcano proposal. Councilmember Hiltz.
I don't have a comment, but I appreciate the continued offers.
No, I want to know how are you in support of the Marcano proposal? Yes.
Yes to pallet shelters.
Okay, Councilmember Lawson.
Yes to the pallets.
Councilmember Gruber.
No.
Okay, Councilmember Gardner.
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah.
Councilmember Burzins.
No.
Councilmember Marcano.
Yes.
And Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
No.
Okay. Would there be objection to moving this discussion and integrating it with the discussion on October 4th? Is there objection to doing that? Including that in the ARPA funding? Yes. Councilmember, is it, I'm sorry, who's? Okay. Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I object because we are already behind on being ready to have our cold weather activation, and every day matters.
So let me hear if I could hear from staff. On this issue, as to whether or not it could be deferred until October 4th and integrated in the broader discussion on ARPA funds and homelessness.
I would defer to Jessica. Jessica, are you on the line in terms of the timing of the decision?
I am, and we need to move quickly on these. Even if we are going to purchase additional tents, we need to go through that process with the pallet homes. They do have a patent on those, and we were able to do a single source for those. So if we were going the tent option, we would probably need to go through an RFP process, and that will slow us down a little bit. So the faster we have a decision, the better. If we need to wait till the 4th, that's fine. Again, we do have 30 tents set up already. So I just want to put out the option too that we could purchase 20 or 30 pallet shelters, utilize the 30 tents that we already have, and sort of evaluate in the next few months how that goes with the two different options.
Okay. Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So couldn't we just, I know there's disagreement on the tents, but you have 30 tents set aside. Couldn't we just add tents?
Jessica.
We can purchase additional tents. Like I said, I think we'd want to evaluate which tents we're purchasing. So it's going to take a little bit more time to go through that process.
Well, let me ask you, Jessica, could you go through that process between now and October 4th to where you would have all that information so that it would expedite? So once the council made the decision, that you could expedite whether council made the either decision to go in some sort of combined approach that might involve both options, or went with all tents, or went with all pallet homes. So you could utilize your time between now and October 4th, could you not?
You could. I think the dollar amount will be less enough. We won't need to do an RFP. We also have to consider that we will have to have some type of heating element to each of the individual tents. So we would also need to look at the electrical costs and the electrical configurations and purchase of heaters and things like that to put into those tents. That right now they are set up, but they are not set up with any kind of heating element for the winter.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gruber.
yeah, I'm a little bit distressed. This is Colorado. I mean, we knew in June that there's a winter coming, and we are just starting to plan for our homeless now on the 25th of September. I'm a little bit dismayed the staff wasn't thinking about this at the end of last winter, and when they came up, you know, and would have more than a single alternative. So I'm not pleased about that.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember.
Sorry, Mayor, Councilmember, you did a bunch.
I was just gonna say, I don't think folks realize that we would, in addition to the tents, have to purchase heating elements. Now I'm worried about kind of a fire hazard and that additional cost. I'm not sure if folks were aware of that. I wonder if we might be willing to discuss again. I mean, it just seems like the easiest, simple answer to go with the pallet homes. All of that's already equipped and built in terms of life safety there. So, I mean, I don't know if we can revote. I don't know if that changes anyone's mind, but that's new information.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. As Councilmember Murillo said, the pallet homes, one of the many advantages to those is that they already have fire and life safety mitigations already in place, including alternative exits in case there is an electrical fire of any sort in there. And honestly, I would really like to know what are y'all's objections to this. I think I heard from the mayor and Councilmember Gruber about the military tents, and I'd also like to discuss that a little further. But in my quick search over our break, I think I found a range of costs between $5,000 to $10,000 per tent. That's a huge range, so I'm not really sure why that is. And like Jessica said, she and her team would have to begin research anew while time is of the essence. But from the folks we didn't hear from, I would really like to understand your rationale a little better. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, so do we have information from the Mile High Behavioral Health Care folks who have had to do tents, or from Salvation Army or other folks that have had to do tents over the winter, of how that goes? Because they're really the ones that have to provide the service in this situation, or from Denver. So I guess for staff, do we have any kind of feedback on how tents work compared to pallet homes in terms of the service provisions?
Right, so currently we're offering those wraparound services with folks in the tents. The Salvation Army, I'm not sure if they'll be willing to continue with tents. That's certainly a conversation we will have with them. They've been very excited about the pallet shelter option along with Mile High, just because they feel like it is safer, and there's been there would be less confusion just sort of about how to set them up with the electrical piece and all of that. The Salvation Army site does have the opportunity for people to come inside for services. Every site that we set up may not have that ability. The pallet shelters lock. That's something that clients that have been staying there have really been interested in. So there's certainly pros and cons to both. Both service providers have expressed a lot of interest in utilizing the pallet option, and felt like clients would be, safer and more secure. And we have been working on this. So if you recall, we did our outreach in May to the community to work towards what our alternative shelter option would be. And that's where we had the recommendation of pallets. So we've been working, down that path. We also did not know what would be happening with COVID and thought that we would be able to hopefully utilize the Day Resource Center for up to that 200 people. And that has not changed as COVID had started to increase again in the middle of the summer. So we have been working on alternatives. The service providers that would be providing service to these locations have supported the pallet shelters. And, you know, I'm sure they will support the tents, but, you know, they're concerned with the different caveats around the safety of those tents. And then just to clarify on the tents, these would all be individual tents, not large tents.
Councilmember Burzins, did you have a proposal?
Yes, we're spending so much time on this. This is crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't consider a 50-50 split, and that way we'll know how they work. It's not like we're buying 1,000 of them. You know, let's try both of them and see how they work, and move on from there.
Jessica, what is the number again? Is it 60 that you were going to purchase?
That's correct, and we can scale that back to any number.
So what Councilmember Burzins is offering is 30 pallet homes, 30 tents. Is that correct, Councilmember Burzins?
That is correct. Yes.
Very well. Discussion on the Burzins proposal. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so Councilmember Burzins is to add 30 pallet homes and the tents, right? To add for comparison.
Well, she said we need 60, so it would be 30 pallets and 30 tents.
Okay, and then I have a question on, if we're doing this for cold activation, are we really going to take them down when the warm weather comes? Jessica?
I would say if we evaluate what's going on and things are going well, people are getting housed. So they're moving from an encampment in Aurora into a pallet shelter or a tent. We're getting them case management. We're getting them connected to, you know, some type of permanent supportive housing and workforce and medical and everything else. And we're moving people through that continuum. I would say that we would probably recommend keeping them up until we have a larger brick and mortar shelter to be able to do that same type of process. If we get to the end of cold weather and it's not working well, then we will make other decisions. But the past 3 months have shown that even in the summer, having these available, people are willing to come in from the encampments and seek services and then move on.
And how many people to a pallet home?
2. It's really 1 to 4. So our recommendation was buying 30 smaller and 30 bigger. So if we said we'll buy 30 pallet shelters, we would probably buy 15 smaller and 15 bigger, just to sort of see how both options go.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Brady.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm back on the, we're gonna have to heat the tents. Like, to me, that I understand like wanting to compromise like half and half. We already have tents, you know, and with a potential concern, at least that I have, with the safety of heating those tents. And it sounds like it would give us less options, because then we'd have to figure out how to connect them to a like generator or power source. I mean, I'm just also, I don't know how that would be set up, but now I'm just concerned that it's going to be less flexible potentially, and that there's any concerns putting in an additional heater that the tent isn't necessarily set up to handle or equip. So again, like I would love to compromise, but now I can't get over the life safety concerns about the potential heater in a tent. And it, to me, just seems simple. And I agree, we spent so much time on this. I think we should just move forward with the pallet homes, and let's be, I would just ask, because my colleagues have expressed some concerns about kind of the permanent status of this. And I would just request, before any decisions are made, that council is included in those conversations, so that we're, you know, part of the process. Again, I just want to be responsive to the concerns that some of my colleagues have stated. And I don't, you know, I understand that that would be a recommendation and that's something we'd want to move forward, but you know, I guess getting a guarantee to revisit the conversation before that's made final would be, I think, helpful. I wonder if that's possible.
Other discussion?
Mayor?
To the Verson's proposal that's on the floor, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, if the tents are a problem, should we just not consider any additional tents and then just, I mean, maybe stay with the 30 pallet homes? It almost seems like a pilot program, like try them out. And my whole concern is that it's going to be a permanent camp. And so that's where I'm coming from. And I understand trying to get people moved to another, get them assistance, get them resources, and get them into permanent housing. But it just, I don't know if that's going to really work. It's going to look like just a permanent camp.
Mayor, I was hoping I could get sorry, you're muted. I was hoping I could get Jessica to respond to my initial question, which I think Francois was kind of also, it was in the same line, so it's not too terribly far off.
Absolutely, Councilmember Moreno and Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. So the funding that we are looking at and was laid out in the memo is for 1 year. So we won't have funding to go beyond that. Even with ARPA funds, we would have to make that decision later to continue it. So we're looking at this process for a year to purchase whatever the asset is, whether it's pallet or tents, and then have the wraparound services for a year. You all could make the decision to say, we want to fund it for 6 months and see how it goes, and then make a decision to, continue it or not. And any of those options are fine.
And I just want to be clear on this. We're going to be providing 3 meals a day and doing their laundry without any requirements on those experiencing homelessness, staying in these shelters. Am I correct?
So, Mayor, there are meals provided. There are vouchers to go to partner laundromats within Aurora provided, at least at the one currently at Salvation Army. We have those at the Day Resource Center as well. And that is something else that could be negotiated with the operational contract is, certain things that would be required. They are required to sign an agreement while they're staying there related to, just behaviors and things like that, and participating in sort of basic activities happening. So that is certainly something that would be negotiated through the service provider agreement.
So you understand the concern about permanency versus temporary?
I do, and within that service agreement, we could also say you can only stay for up to 60 days or something like that as well. I mean, people are moving through the process. We've had 82 people through the 30 tents in the past 3 months at Salvation Army. So there could be a time limit as well put on the length of stay.
Okay, back to the Councilmember Burson's proposal. Is there further discussion on the Burson's proposal?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I just want to point out that Restoration Christian Fellowship has already expressed interest in having pallet homes there. So if we are going to have them, Jessica, is the intent to place those there and then find another host for the tents, I guess, if we're going to split the baby, so to speak.
Yeah, I think all of that is up for consideration at this point. It might be 15 and 15 at Salvation Army, 15 at Restoration, and then 15 remaining 10 stay at Salvation Army, or we increase to 45 over there. That could all be worked out.
Okay.
Further discussion on the Burson's proposal?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
I just want to also point out that people in encampments are already living in tents. And the purpose of cold weather activation is to get those folks to somewhere safer and warmer. And so, yes, these tents may be warmer if we can find an appropriate way to heat them, but then we also have to look at that additional heating cost. Whereas with the pallets, we just connect them to electricity. We don't have to be trying to find generators or something to then heat tents that aren't necessarily made to have heaters in them. So I continue to be very concerned about this idea of more tents when people are likely to say no to that in a way that they're not going to say no to a pallet shelter, because they're going to feel like it's not really a difference from what they're already doing anyway. And they have ways that they heat their tents in their encampments already with clay pots and candles and things like that, which is also not super safe, but it's the safest option that they have. So we're going to have people continuing that not so safe option when we can just provide them with a safe, proven option.
Mayor,
Further discussion.
Mayor Burzins.
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. I was just trying to come to a compromise so Jessica can go on and get these ordered. But it doesn't sound like that's, I don't know. I guess we'll have to vote on it, but it was just a compromise to get things moving so we could have these ready in cold weather.
Yep. Mayor.
Councilmember
Thank you. Councilmember Burzins, I share your frustration. Frankly, I feel like we are undermining the effectiveness of actually addressing a problem that our constituents have been asking us to address for well over a year. I mean, longer than that, but it's become a major issue really since COVID hit. And I don't understand where the resistance is coming from. I think that staff has laid out an excellent rationale for their proposals in the memo that they sent us. I think our constituents have reached in and let us know. I think we got decent participation. Obviously, we can always do better at the open house. And I still would honestly really like to understand for the folks who haven't spoken up why they're against the pallet shelters, given that they address a lot of the safety concerns and that folks seem to be more receptive to accepting services if that's what they're going to be able to move into instead of just another kind of tent.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm good with Councilmember Burzin's proposal because I do think it is a compromise that, and we can evaluate the effectiveness of those. And I don't know if you heard me earlier, but my concern was the permanent nature of them.
So
further discussion on the Burzin's proposal.
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
So, we have unhoused people. We're obviously not going to come to a compromise on this. What I'm afraid of is that this is going to fail to do all of because we have one side that wants some tents. We have the other side who wants the pallets. And then at the end, we're making people suffer. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, because I might have to go another direction here because to get people something, because all we're going to do is sit here and have a stalemate. And when we know that this is an issue, we need to get people housed. So I'm asking people, friends, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, I'm just asking you guys, are you totally against all of the pallets for 60? I mean, are you against that? I'm just asking.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just said I am supporting Councilmember Burzin's proposal so that we would get 30 pallets.
So you're not for, excuse me, Councilmember Moreno, I just want to finish and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take your time. I'm just asking that because, no, I'm sorry. I thought I did cut you off, so I apologize. Because I'm just trying, we have an issue here that's coming up and we have a limited amount of time. We need to get these individuals housed. And it looks like we're at a stalemate of getting all pallets versus not getting pallets versus it seems like we might be able to get people to get into the middle. I'm just asking the other side who's against all pallets, you're willing to do the compromise? Is that correct? I'm just asking that if you guys could just verify that with me. I don't think I'm asking much. Would you be willing to do the compromise? I guess it's Councilmember Burzin's proposal.
I think we'll have a vote in just a minute and to determine that. Councilmember Lawson, I think we'll have a vote in a minute to determine that. Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you, Mayor Kaufman. I think we've talked that this is not going to be a permanent thing. The funding is only for a year. That was one of the ways that I know we were trying to make this work. in the vein of compromise. So I still haven't heard folks like, I guess, again, I'm open to compromising. We can't put this vote off. That's been made clear. I don't want to like push a critical decision. If anything, I would ask the mayor with his tie breaking to be able to do that. That's what that role potentially could be for, instead of just siding with one ideological leaning or another. But yeah, I mean, if we want to compromise, is anyone else concerned about the potential safety around the heating units and the tents, like them not being equipped for that use, and we're just trying to retrofit that? I don't think people understood that that's what we would have to do to make them ready for cold weather activation, in terms of our standards. Folks not being trained to withstand cold weather in that regard. So, I guess that's more of a rhetorical question, not necessarily asking for an answer, but that's why I'm having a hard time compromising one number or another. I mean, if we compromise, can we just reduce the amount of pallet homes? What if we did 50 pallet homes, for example? Like, I don't want to like reduce staff's capacity by too much, but if it's a negotiation of numbers, can we talk about that?
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. So a couple of things. As far as the temporary or the permanency of the program, I had stated earlier, that's why I'm opposed to doing the all pallet homes, because I think that's, permanent and or semi-permanent. Frankly, I've aware of very few government programs that come in and then go away later. We can say that there's a 1-year time period, but I think we all know how that works. As far as, I guess, the safety aspect of, or the potential fire aspect, I think that doesn't concern me, because there are tents that are designed to have heat piped in. Hunters, ice fishers, I could go on and on of people that use tents with heat piped in during cold weather applications. So know that, I mean, certainly there's a risk, but there's a risk in a lot of things that we do in life. And it's just, it is what it is. But I would be willing to accept a compromise on both, because I think that will allow us to determine what's a better path forward. I think, again, I recognize that there are people currently in tents. But I'll go back to my comment earlier. The people that we're seeing in tents, that's a Coleman tent below an underpass. That is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about, tents that are designed for more long-term cold weather usage in a safe place that's supervised and meals are provided and things like this. So this isn't, taking people from one tent not designed for this use and putting it into another tent not designed for this use. This is much different what we're talking about. So I would be supportive of trying out what Councilmember Berzins is proposing.
Further comments?
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs.
As a alternative proposal to address the permanency question and issue, would folks be willing to compromise with having the tents taken down, or the pallets taken down at the end of cold weather activation? So,
Member Berzins, would you consider that as a friendly amendment?
No, because I just want to get this vote so Jessica can order what we need. We have people that need shelter, and my proposal is 30 and 30, and let's vote, Mayor.
So the question before us is the Berzins proposal to divide it up between the pallet homes, and I believe it's 15 smaller ones, 15 larger ones, and then 30 tents. Is there further discussion to the Berzins proposal? Seeing none, is there objection to the Berzins proposal?
Mayor, I was going to see if we might amend that to 40-20, 40 pallet homes, 20 tents. We already have some tents.
Councilmember Berzins, is that a friendly amendment?
No, 30-30.
Then the question before us is Berzins proposal.
This is not due to, we're not trying to compromise here then.
this is procedurally, you can, should the business proposal fail, then you can certainly introduce another proposal.
So then that's what I'll do.
Further discussion to the business proposal?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I do see it as a compromise because the tents failed and the pallets failed. So I think Councilmember Berzin is trying to compromise.
Further discussion to the business proposal? Seeing none, is there, let me call the roll then. Councilmember Lawson?
I'll go with the Berzin's proposal.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes, but when we vote on the 60, I'm also voting yes for that. I just don't want to see nothing.
It will be a settled question. I mean, if this passes, then this is a proposal that will go forward.
Didn't you just say that Councilmember Murillo could bring forward a separate procedural motion?
If it fails. If it passes, it's a settled question. If it fails, then another proposal can be brought forward.
So you would rather procedurally force a total failure and help no one than to vote on the compromise last?
This is a compromise.
Also, I wouldn't mind be considered a substitute motion.
The proposal on the floor is Berzin's proposal.
Right.
Can I get a legal opinion on
Is there somebody from the city attorney's office present?
Well, okay, Mayor. You're in a study session, so the formal rules on how you make motions and do all of that really doesn't apply. The council also agreed at the beginning of the meeting that you would put on the table, if 5 people agreed to a proposition, you would put it on the board and return to this at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
So
all the votes we had, we will return to at the end of the meeting. If it gets 6 votes, isn't that a settled question?
Again, at the beginning of the study session, what we talked about is putting things on the board, getting them there, and at the end of the meeting, you were just going to run through the list, and if there aren't any objections, you're done. If there's more discussion, then there's more discussion.
So then, if this were to pass, then is that a yes or no at the end, or can somebody move to amend it at the end of the meeting?
And it's a yes or a no at the end.
Okay. So then I'm just staying with the procedures that we normally use otherwise. So then would a substitute motion be in order at this point in time?
And if you do our regular procedures, you can do substitute motions.
Okay, very well. Councilmember Murillo.
So we're trying to compromise. I was pretty hard on the 60 pallet homes. I don't want no solutions to be brought forward. So my substitute motion is to compromise on the amount and do 40 pallet homes and 20 tents, even though I still have concerns with the tents. I'm gonna hope that our staff is gonna do, the proper research to help mitigate that concern. But the substitute motion is 40 pallet homes and 20 tents.
Mayor?
Council,
there is no. So we're not doing parliamentary or, whatever you call it, the regular voting that Dan Brotzman just said.
Well,
we're not doing substitute motions.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think the mayor just said he's gonna error carried through. Like that was the process for this one vote. And I agree that wasn't the process, but we've already spent so much time on this.
I know. I mean, can we just vote on Marcia's and then, I don't know, whatever comes next?
I would like my substitute motion to be introduced.
City Attorney, I guess I'm trying to parallel procedure as much as possible, even though this is an informal process. I thought I actually already started voting. And then the Councilmember Murillo, after several votes were taken, came up with a substitute motion.
So, again, under a normal procedure, under your formal rules, once you start voting, you follow all the way through that vote.
Okay.
If it had been done ahead of time, you could have, under our normal rules, you could have done a substitute motion before voting started.
Okay. So I took 3 votes, Councilmember Lawson, Councilmember Gruber, Councilmember Hiltz. We will continue the vote on the Berzins proposal, and should it not pass, then I will go to the Murillo proposal.
Okay. Mayor, so first of all, the substitute motion was made prior to the voting. You just didn't select the procedure. And in that case, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
That's the procedure that you're moving forward with. I just wish that you would be consistent throughout.
I did not hear it. City manager, did you hear that there was a substitute motion prior to my calling the question?
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor, with all the discussion, I don't recall when the substitute motion, I'm sorry.
Mayor, can we restart the process? Because we're switching processes in the middle of the vote. I would just, if we're gonna, some people who might have already voted might want to potentially vote for the second option. I don't know, but I did ask before. You just move really quickly between calling for the vote and then asking people.
You asked for a compromise. You didn't say substitute. I'll go. I will take your word that you put forward a substitute motion prior to the vote. To the Murillo substitute motion for a 40-20 split. Councilmember Lawson.
Mayor, Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Grover.
We're going to be silly on this. I'd like a substitute motion that we go with 20 shelters and 40 tents. I mean, we can do this all day. We can do this all day. And I'll come up with another substitute motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
So this is all about one side winning. It's pretty obvious. You know, the proposal to do all tents failed. The proposal to do all pallet homes failed. When we talked about a half and half split, a 30-30 split, that's a compromise. And then to come back and say, well, no, it actually needs to be 40-20. That's just about another side winning. If you're okay with a 40-20 split, then there's an acknowledgement that that might be a possible solution, the tent homes. And so it doesn't make sense to me why we wouldn't move forward with that. It's in the middle of what the two groups voted on, and that to me seems realistic. So I won't support the 40-20 split.
May I respond?
You know, I'm going to call the vote. I'm calling the vote on this. We already started. So it's to the substitute Murillo motion. Councilmember Lawson, how do you vote?
Well, Mayor, first of all, what am I voting on? I'm going to stick with the one that I voted on with Councilmember Berzins.
Okay, very well. Then
that's what I'm sticking with. I'm not going to all this other confusion.
This is the Murillo. Then I understand you would be a no vote on the Murillo question.
Yes, I'm not going. I'm going to stick with what I voted for.
No vote. Councilmember Gruber, how do you vote?
On the Berzins, I'm voting yes.
On the Murillo.
On the Murillo.
No, on the Berzins. Berzins is what we're voting on.
We're voting on Murillo as a substitute.
I've got a substitute motion on.
He has a substitute. Oh my God.
Okay, city attorney, come on. Do we, can you do a substitute to a substitute?
No, you can't do a substitute to a substitute. There's only one of those that you can do. And at this point, Mayor, this is under your discretion as the presiding officer to make a decision.
We are voting on the Murillo question of 40-20, a split between pallet homes and tents. Councilmember Lawson voted no. Councilmember Gruber voted no. Councilmember Hills, how do you vote?
I'm going to vote yes. And also I have a question, because if we're following standard procedure, calling the question requires a vote of 6. So I'm just not sure why you're, skipping back and forth between what procedure. And I'm asking our mayor as the.
It's informal procedure and I'm the chair. So Councilmember Gardner, how do you vote?
You don't have to be consistent. That's just.
Councilmember Gardner, how do you vote on the Murillo question?
I'm a no.
Councilmember Murillo, how do you vote?
I vote yes, but Mayor, you've been in this role for a few years now. I implore you to learn the.
Councilmember Berzins, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Councilmember Mercado, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Bergen, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor votes no. Motion fails. To the Bosun's question. Councilmember Lawson, how do you vote?
I'm voting yes.
Councilmember Gruber, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Hills, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo, how do you vote?
Yes, so that we're not leaving people unhoused.
Councilmember Bosun's, how do you vote?
Yes, and that was the whole point, to go ahead and order and not leave them on.
So was my compromise.
Councilmember McConnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember McCombs, how do you vote?
Yes. And can we not do any more of that?
Councilmember Bergen, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes. Further discussion on how the Housing and Community Services budget as amended. Seeing none, is there any objection to the Housing and Community Services budget as amended? Seeing none, the Housing and Community Services budget will move forward. Greg, Budget Office, is there a discussion on the budget for the Budget Office?
City Council or non-departmental?
I'm sorry, for City Council. Discussion of on the City Council budget. Is there objection to moving the City Council budget forward? Seeing no objection, the City Council budget will move forward. The non-departmental budget.
Mayor, I have a question about process.
Please proceed.
Will we do the city council contingency portion separately from the city council budget, or is that where we should be having those questions?
Fine.
You've been spending, we set aside 500,000. So the contingency is in the city council budget, but we're spending it kind of throughout. We set aside $500,000 one time and $500,000 ongoing, and we're now at about $1.8 million one time and $2.3 million ongoing. But if you want to make any additions or changes, it would be at the city council point.
Okay, so if we have requests that we want to make from that budget today, we would do it for the city council budget.
Yep.
Okay, then I do have a couple.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. And they're both for arts and culture. For one, I would like to get it onto the study session on October 18th because it's somewhat time sensitive. I've received a request from Rick Crandall at the Colorado Freedom Memorial to do a projection art project along with the Luminarias program that happens on Veterans, which would be November. And the estimate at this point is between 5,000 and 10,000 for the production. So I would like to request 5,000 for the Colorado Freedom Memorial for a projection exhibit at the Veterans Day event, and then we'll bring all of the details with the specifics. So essentially we'll be setting aside that 5,000 today for allocation on the 18th.
And you're actually talking about spending that money in 2021, correct?
So it's for this October, for this November is when the event is.
Okay.
So does that have to come out of somewhere else?
But yeah, because we're actually affecting the 2022 budget, which actually doesn't go into place until January 1st.
Greg, this is Brooke.
Yes.
May I offer, I have budget and can cover this request if council so agrees.
Any objection to covering the request in this fiscal year from the Parks and Rec budget? Is that where it comes from, Brooke? I assume it comes from your
Yes, it
department
would.
budget.
We have vacancy savings. I can easily cover this.
Okay, very well. Is there objection? Seeing none, then Parks and Rec will proceed with funding the request. To your second request.
Yes, and so Councilmember Berg or Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, please feel free to weigh in also. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen and I were approached by someone who is interested in doing an arts festival in the city of Aurora, similar in size and scope to the Cherry Creek Arts Festival, but also to include performing arts and have it be more community focused on local artists, unlike nationally focused the way that the Cherry Creek Arts Festival is. We need to have more discussion on that as well. It would be in Ward 1, so more conversation with Councilmember Murillo and the businesses and partners there. So the request is, again, for a set aside in 2022. So not a confirmation of the budget now, but a set aside of $10,000 in the 2022 budget for an arts festival.
Okay.
So $10,000 one time.
One time, yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
if I can add, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so as Councilmember Coombs said, we met with a local artist that has come up with this concept. It's really quite intriguing, so we'll learn more about it. But it would be for next year for September 22nd through the 24th. And this would be, obviously, we're only asking for 10,000, but this is actually going to be a huge budgeted item, and that sponsor would be getting, would be partnering with other organizations for the rest of the fundraising to make this happen. And again, something similar to the Cherry Creek's Art Festival, but just encompassing more than just the visual arts, but the performing arts as well, and murals, as well as having even exhibits and different vendors.
Further discussion on the Coombs proposal.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just want to say I wasn't approached before this conversation came to light in this today. Out of respect for, you know, my constituents, I'm not going to vote against dollars potentially going to my district. So I will support, but to me, it is a little concerning that that didn't happen ahead of time. You know, I know Councilmember Bergen would let me know if I didn't do the same for her district, and I would just ask for that respect and it, you know, it reciprocated. Additionally, I know Councilmember Coombs was involved as well. She did text me ahead of time, but still day of. So I just wanted to say that I'm not going to vote against dollars potentially funneled towards my district, and I would love to continue to work and make sure that this is truly engaging the local artists. I know there are other festival types that we try to get going, and I just want to make sure that we are using, you know, again, local vendors. We have our Aurora Culture Arts District, which is I'm assuming the reason why Ward 1 is the area, but been working with a group of businesses and nonprofits. The last supplemental budget conversation, we allocated for monies towards a grant and a power washer because we had this ongoing communication and forum with that group. So I'd love to engage them as well in this process if we do move it forward.
Question to Councilmember Coombs, point of clarification. Is your proposal specific to an area?
I mean, the Arts District is in North Aurora. So although there is a possibility to have other things in other areas of the city, you can't really have an arts festival that covers the whole entire city. So it would be concentrated in the Arts District, and that is kind of what was asked by the person who brought this to us, is that the focus would be around the Arts District specifically.
So your proposal is $10,000 and that the event be in the Arts District, or do you want to leave that to staff to decide?
Mayor,
I
can I
think that
comment?
we need to have a study session on all of the details, and we need to have more community engagement on the specific details. We're not asking for full approval of the $10,000 today. We're asking to set aside $10,000 and to actually bring the full discussion forward before that money is finally approved.
Okay, so it's a set aside of $10,000 with no other details other than it's an arts festival. Am I correct?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
well, I mean, because I was equally, I mean, we were together on this, Councilmember Coombs and I apologize to Councilmember Maria, but we were, the ask came to us in terms of the concept, and we were having discussions. It was not necessarily intended to just be in one ward. It was a discussion of how can we engage the entire city. Obviously, we can't have it everywhere. So location, you know, kind of went around where we already have some arts, but we did talk about even like the Havana Bid District as well. And so the concept is not fully vetted, but we were looking, I mean, there might be pop-up events, right, that are in other parts of the city, even in possibly Southlands was discussed as well. So I want to say that this was, the approach to this was to put Aurora on the map for having an arts festival that we could grow and advertise in the future that would be something like the Cherry Creek Arts Festival, because as was presented in the CABC report from one of the subcommittees, we're lacking in arts and culture. And this was also just kind of a good idea to kind of bring that together as well.
To reserve in the budget $10,000 for an arts festival, details to be determined later. Am I correct? Councilmember Combs.
So final proposal to be brought forward later. The details certainly did, of the conversation that were had, certainly did include specifically the Arts District and the Lowry Film School as places of interest.
Okay, but those details to be worked out later. Okay. Is there any objection to what I would call the Coombs-Bergen proposal?
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Hills.
I think, so is this going to be in addition to the normal contingency fund that we have? Because we, at any time during the year, can make an ask and 6 people on council can say, yes, use that bucket of money for something. So is this in addition to that, or carving some of that out? Because I think we usually have a surplus at the end of the year already.
I thought it was part of it.
Yeah, it's to carve it out of the $500,000 one-time monies, just to say, hey, we're planning to bring this forward.
So, further discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, so anytime a discussion starts with, hey, I know a guy and, I get very concerned. We have Arts and Public Places Commission. We have Visit Aurora. We have our Parks Department. I think that before we go forward with a one-man proposal to certain council members, that all 3 of those should be involved. Arts and Public Places should be involved. Pros should certainly be involved, as well as the, and I would recommend if it's going to be like Cherry Creek, which is a major tourist draw into the Denver area, that Visit Aurora be involved. So I don't have a problem, $10,000, I don't have a problem saying that within the money that we've already set aside for special things, we're going to set aside, we're going to have a super special set aside of $10,000. But before seeing anything go forward, I think that we need to bring the community in through our Arts Council. We need to bring Visit Aurora in, and certainly Pros needs to lead the effort.
Mayor?
Well, Visit Aurora has already been approached by the individual.
Yeah, and Mayor?
Let's have everybody be recognized. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and this is not an Art in Public Places proposal at all. So, I mean, this happens where an outside organization comes forward with an event being proposed. So we're only asking for $10,000 to be applied towards this big event. It's not the city that's running the event. So I just want, it's not like, you know, we're saying this, the city's doing this arts festival. It's putting money towards basically a sponsorship.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Councilmember Bergen just answered my question. That was what I was going to ask. I thought I had heard earlier that basically this group that's planning this event is going to go out to essentially the private sector, outside groups, things like that to fund the event. And this $10,000 is essentially a seed contribution, a sponsorship, that kind of thing. And to me, that's really how arts, that's a great way for the arts to thrive, is if there is buy-in from, the private sector that can sponsor some of these events. And so I prefer that approach. I prefer the approach of getting sponsorships and things like that than using, city dollars completely to fund an event. Because as we talked about, whether it was fire or homelessness or any other topic, there's a lot of needs. And so to me, if we can, provide that seed sponsorship, but then, really use that as a way to get the private sector involved, I think that's the best approach.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to the Coombs-Bergen proposal? Seeing none, the Coombs-Bergen proposal will move forward. Further discussion on the city council budget? Is there objection to moving the city council budget as amended forward? Seeing none, the city council budget as amended will move forward. Non-departmental budget discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving the non-departmental budget forward? Seeing no objection, the non-departmental budget will move forward. Marijuana tax revenue fund, okay. Is there anything we need to decide, Greg, on number 3?
Only if you want to make changes to either the marijuana tax revenue fund or in the capital projects fund.
Okay. Discussion? Is there any objection to moving forward the marijuana tax revenue fund and the capital projects fund review budget? Seeing none, it will move forward.
All right.
Transportation impact fees.
With that, Mayor, I think that we've gotten your changes to the budget. We've got them all down there, and we should be able to afford those changes.
Okay. Are there any other decision items?
Not as far as the budget goes, from my perspective.
Very well. Is there any objection to moving the budget forward as amended? Seeing none, then the budget will move forward as amended. 4A.
Hello, Mayor. This is Cindy Collip from Public Works, and we have Economic and Planning Systems and Felsberg, Holt, and Olivik here to give you an update on the transportation fee study that they've been working on. It's in draft form right now. As a reminder, back in 2018, Council directed staff to look at all of the capital impact fees with the exception of transportation, because we were working on the NEAT study, and we were working on a 5-year capital planning cycle. So Brian Duffany with EPS and Elliot Solsky are here today to present the draft findings. And Matt Callison and I are here to answer any questions of staff. So I'm sharing my screen. Can you all see it?
Yes.
Yes. Yep, quick audio check. This is Brian Duffany with Economic and Planning Systems here in Denver. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. We will roll through this. I know you have a lot on your plate this afternoon, so I will try to be brief. And at the end, we're looking for some direction. This is an impact fee study. Our job here as the consultant team is to conduct the fee study and present to council the information on where the what fee levels the fee study would allow. And then as the policymaking body, the council has the discretion to move forward with those, make some modifications to the levels charged, et cetera, which we'll get into. So quick background definitions for some of you who might be new to this. I know several of you were in the 2018, 2019 process, so are generally familiar with this, but it's good to refresh. So impact fees are charges on new development to pay for capital costs that are needed because of growth. You can spend impact fees only on improvements needed to serve growth. So if we're talking about transportation, it's really capacity projects. We'll get into that. You have to, under the law in Colorado, you need to spend them within a reasonable time period on projects with community-wide benefit. This is an important distinction. They are not a source of funding for maintenance and operations or to upgrade existing facilities. It's basically new roads, capacity expansions to serve new development. There needs to be provisions for providing credit for developer-funded improvements that are within the impact-free program. And then some changes in state law a few years ago allow communities to exempt affordable housing from impact fees. Next slide, Cindy. One thing more, a little bit more background. I think a lot of communities see impact fees as a supplemental funding source for capital. They rarely are sort of a panacea or silver bullet for funding capital projects because they are subject to market cycles and real estate development. But they are, they're sort of a good and common tool to have in the toolbox for capital. So Cindy gave you most of this background here. So this is an updated study for the transportation piece. This is an entirely new methodology that was used previously by the city before that last update. And so as you're going to see, there's pretty significant differences in the fee that we've calculated in the study. And again, the Nexus study calculates the maximum justifiable fee that is established by the Nexus and the proportionality of all the mathematical calculations in the fee study. And then council has a discretion to adopt something lower, not at all, or to phase in increases over time. Next, Cindy. So the fee is based on the cost to provide a vehicle mile of capacity. This is kind of technical information, which we won't go into depth on unless there are questions. An example, the simplest example I could come up with would be like, I need to build a shelf in my house and I need to buy a piece of plywood to build that shelf, but I only need a 6-inch wide piece. So it would be nice if I could just pay for that 6-inch wide piece of plywood and not the entire sheet. So what this fee does is looks at how much it costs to provide capacity in a roadway system. So you could say that, let's say that a road has a capacity of 10,000 vehicles per day, and a single family home is going to generate 5 or 6 trips today with an average trip length of X. And you convert that to a cost to provide that equivalent amount of capacity used by each type of land use. And so the fee is based on a cost per vehicle mile capacity of $533. We adjust for, there's a bit of outstanding debt on Hogan Parkway that's paid for with general fund revenues. And after adjusting for that so that there's not double paying, the fee is based on a fee of $524 per vehicle mile traveled. And we'll show you what that means in the next slide. Or in a few slides down. Go ahead. So types of projects you can spend these revenues on. Arterial road capacity projects. Most cities really don't do capacity projects on local roads and on collectors. Those are usually developer responsibility. So these are citywide, regional mobility projects, getting people from one side of the city to the other on a major roadway system. New roads, connections, extensions to these types of roads, widening, adding lanes, major intersection improvements, matching funds for some CDOT projects. There are some state highways that are classified as arterials within the city that CDOT participates in. New multimodal projects. The road typologies that we're using to develop these costs include a full multimodal cross section. So that's vehicles, sidewalks, multi-use paths, etc. And again, local roads and collector roads are not eligible for funding from this program. Those are typically developer responsibility. Next. Okay, so the current transportation impact fees charged by the city are $667 per single family residence. And we will get into this more. The city does not currently charge fees for commercial or non-residential development. So the fee study has resulted in a maximum justifiable fee of about $5,800 per single family unit, which is obviously a significant increase from what the city charges today. And all this information is in your packet. I'm gonna kind of cruise through, and then we can get to kind of recommendations and direction. Go ahead, Cindy. Next one. So impact fees are widely used. When we're looking at what the fee study results in terms of a maximum fee, it's common for fee studies and for cities to look at what their neighbors are charging. That's often something that people want to know in terms of competitiveness or cost of, what does it cost to build here versus there. Many communities across Front Range charge impact fees, especially for transportation. You can see that Adams County has a pretty new road impact fee that they've implemented. Arapahoe County has a rural transportation fee that they implemented a couple of years ago. That is, I think it's everywhere east of Gun Club Road. Castle Rock, really fast-growing suburb. They charge impact fees for a variety of things, including transportation. Other large suburban and urban communities as well. So widely used across state and across country. Next, please. Okay, so this shows where the maximum fee calculated in the study compares to other communities. I want to focus in on a few of these because there's been some evolution in the way that transportation impact fees are collected and administered over the last few years. And so I'm focusing on the communities that have done more recent transportation impact fees. So that's Adams County, Castle Rock, Fort Collins, Greeley, and Windsor. And you can see that the $5,800 single family fee that the study calculates is fairly in line with what's being charged in Adams County, Castle Rock, Fort Collins, and Greeley. It's kind of in that range of roughly $4,000 to $6,000 per unit. Next. Let's see, what is the next one here, Cindy? So the big policy question I think here is for council is whether to move forward with non-residential impact fees. So that in the study we calculated both impact fees to provide you with the information on both options. So as I said today, the city does not collect currently in any capital impact fees on non-residential development. Most other communities do, however, and some communities have made some discounts to the non-residential fees just for economic development policy purposes. Obviously, it would generate substantially more funding if the city were to adopt non-residential impact fees as well. This table is just a very simple sort of look back at the last 10 years of development. If you just took the current impact fee and applied it to the last roughly 10 years of residential construction, generates about $8.3 million. Now, we didn't go back and reconcile this with actual impact fee revenue receipts. This is just sort of a planning level figure, decision support. If you took the current fee plus non-residential impact fees on just two very common building types. So mercantile use in the city is basically a retail or commercial building. Storage use is a warehouse and a number of other light industrial type uses. So if you just applied it to those three categories, it would have generated over $100 million potentially over the last 10 years. So obviously that's a major increase in funding that would be available for transportation projects. Next, I think we've got about 3 or 4 more, and then we can take questions and comments. So this fee study has resulted in a retail fee. This is for a 10,000 square foot building. So what we're doing here is comparing it to each community on a 10,000 square foot building. The fee would be $125,000. That's a little higher. That's higher than several of the peer communities. Castle Rock has made a pretty big policy adjustment or policy discount to their fees. This is a little more in line with what Fort Collins charges for retail and commercial. It's still about double what Greeley charges. And there are a whole host of tools that communities use to incentivize retail and other commercial development, even if they do charge impact fees. Those include things like sales tax sharebacks, property tax rebates, incentivizing or paying back fees in a rebate program through a development agreement, public improvement fees, tax increment financing. So there are a whole host of other ways to sort of help significant projects and unique projects offset those development costs. Next. Actually, this one is just worth a quick glance. This is a less direct comparison because the communities have different land use categories. So, but on a 50,000 square foot warehouse building, the fee would be about $58,000 or so. Next, please. So as I noted, so what we've got here are sort of two options to consider, and there could be other options as well. This is based on how the impact fees were implemented in the 2018-2019 study. They were phased in over 3 years. I think the public safety ones took place immediately at the maximum calculated by the study, but the other fees were phased in over 3 years. So two options, just for discussion purposes here, would be a 3-year phase in on the residential transportation fee, because it is a significant increase over what's being charged today, and a 3-year phase in on non-residential. We think it's especially important to give if the city were to move forward with non-residential fees, to give the market time to adjust, because it is a new policy and would be a new fee and a new cost to developers. So for non-residential development, the city could consider a 3-year or a 5-year or other options for phasing in fees. It is best practice in all cases to include automatic inflation indexing in impact fees, and I think that was implemented with the prior impact fees as well. Next, Cindy, and then I think we've got 2 more, and then we can move to discussion. So this is what it would look like for residential if it was phased in over 3 years. So by 2024, it would get to the full amount of $5,800, which is an increase of $5,120. Next. A lot of numbers to digest here, so we can come back at any time for questions. Residential 5-year phase in, it's the same thing. It just tapers it out over a little bit longer period. And let's look at the non-residential. Right, so let's say if you were developing a retail building, these fees are per 1,000 square foot. If you wanted to convert them to per square foot number, you could divide by 1,000, but that would be this would be a 3-year phase. Excuse me. Communication channels to manage here. That's what it would look like for a 3-year phase in on retail. Next. And again, per 1,000 square feet, so divide by 1,000 to get the full fee, would be $12 a square foot roughly. A 5-year phase in would give the market a little more time to anticipate that and adjust for it. And then the last slide is just a segue for direction and discussion. In impact fee studies, there's the consultant does the study. The next step is for council to consider the findings and the results and the fee levels, and to direct staff and the consultant whether they would like to look at other options or whether to move straight ahead with an ordinance. And here staff is suggesting potentially some outreach with the development community as well.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Francois. Sorry.
Thanks. I understand the need, for transportation, but how does this affect the housing prices? Because it's a very substantial increase for single family, and we know how much affordable housing is in the news, and that you know, people are very concerned that they can't afford housing. Wouldn't this drastically increase the price of housing?
I'll handle that in two parts. For affordable housing, so legally deed restricted, you know, income qualified housing, the city could choose to completely exempt those types of developments from impact fees.
Yeah, I didn't mean subsidized housing. I just meant, you know, there's houses going up right now for 350,000, 450, 550,000.
Absolutely. So I think that is a debatable. The answer to that is debatable. Some argue that fee, goes straight on top of the cost and increases the cost of homeowners. Others argue that it comes out of the land value paid for the development. I think if you have a project starting, tomorrow and you've had the land for a while, you haven't been able to sort of build in that new fee structure into the land values and into your cost structure. And that's why a lot of communities will phase them in over time to allow the market to adjust.
I mean, I just think they'll pass it on to the consumer. But most of the housing that's built, especially in my ward, are Metro District homes. I mean, they're the homes that are in a Metro District. So don't they already build the roads?
They build, they build some, and
they build all the internal roads.
Yes, they build all the internal roads.
And then they're responsible sometimes for some of the collector.
That's correct. The impact fees are these are for projects of citywide benefit, right? So it's major roadway system, arterial roads, not the internal collectors and local streets that a developer is responsible for.
Do we know how much more we're going to be getting from the Highway Users Trust Fund, given what the state legislature has just done?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor, Matt Callison.
Yeah.
Transportation Plan Supervisor. The estimate, Mayor and Council, over the next 10-year period of time for the Senate Bill 260 is approximately $30 to $32 million for that 10-year life of additional HUTF funds over and above what we receive today. Thank you.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So Brian, I have a couple of questions. For the last almost 20 years, we've had a ARI mill levy, an Aurora Regional Improvement mill levy in our service plans for the metro districts. As a result of that, every new house that's built has a 1 mil charge for, I think it's 20 years. And then following that, there's a 5 mil charge for an additional 20 years. Mm-hmm. A 1 mil charge, and the numbers are rough, but a 1 mil charge on a $500,000 house is about $500. So and the ARI is specifically to support regional roads that are outside of the metro district. So the metro district then has the ability to decide to keep that money itself to pay for regional improvements, to join another authority to make regional improvements, or to turn those funds over to the city for the city to make regional improvements. My point is that every new house in Aurora, say at the $500,000 point, is paying, and again, I'm just using rough numbers, so the assessed value and the sale price are different, I understand. But say $500, 1 mil on $500,000 is about $500.
Councilmembers, we're actually, this is Jason. So with the Gallagher rate at 7.2%, a $500,000 house would have an assessed valuation of $36,000. So it's actually $36 a year for that 1 mil. And then when they go 5 times, it'd be about $180. So $36 for the first 20 years. And then, so we're keeping the order of magnitude correct.
Okay, thank you. But my point is that we have already assessed a regional travel bill onto every house that's been built in Aurora since the new service plan was implemented. So we are already charging an impact fee to every house that we already have. And I'm just concerned that we're piling on to the new homeowners and a lot of times the roads, if the roads are only going to support the new home areas, I can see that. But if we're taking any of the impact fee money from the new home areas and using that in other parts of the city where new homes are not being built, there's a disparity there because we're taking money from new homeowners to support existing homeowners. So how do we make sure that that's fair across? And well, I guess question number one: did you consider the money that's coming in as a result of the ARI? And then number two, how do we ensure that that it only pays for roads in that area of where the new homes are going?
Sure. I'm just jotting down some notes. So I want to make sure I catch all of your points there. Those are great questions. We thought about that and we looked at it. Our assessment of the ARI. So one of the, you're spot on in looking at and considering this. One of the things in impact fees is you want to ensure that you're not double charging. You're not paying for the same improvement twice. And our evaluation of looking at the ARI and ARTA as well, the Air Metropolis Regional Transportation Authority, is that the impact fees wouldn't raise enough money to build all the projects that are needed to serve those areas. So impact fees are a supplemental source on top of, on top of the mill levy and debt that's being used in those areas. And then in terms of, direct benefit for fee paid, impact fees are a little bit different in that they're intended to be for projects of community-wide benefits. So if I live in Southeast Aurora, well, let's use our favorite example, and I'm going to go to In-N-Out Burger. I'm traversing, or Anschutz Medical Campus, I'm traversing almost the entire city's network of roads, and I'm having an impact on the city's roads, across that scale. And so impact fees are intended to, pay for citywide capacity improvements. One issue that some communities try to set up kind of zone systems where they'll say, okay, we've got 4 zones in the city and all the fee revenue and each of those goes just to projects in those. And what can happen is that if certain areas are slower growing, certain areas are faster growing, some areas won't generate enough fee revenue to do anything meaningful with, and then the city is stuck with a problem of trying to find a use for those funds with all the restrictions that impact fees have. I don't know if that totally answered your question, but I gave it a shot.
Okay, so Mayor, if I may. Okay, so I guess what I'm concerned about is that your point is exactly right, but if we go the other way and say that to use the Southeast example again, the Southlands Mall is in the southeast part of the town, and if someone from another ward drives down to that to the Southlands Mall, under the impact fee, we're only going to be charging people that have built, and at the major building areas now. I mean, there's some going on in Ward 6 in the southeast, but most of the major growth is up in the northeast area. So what we're saying is that people moving into Northeast Aurora would be paying for someone who lives in Ward 3, Ward 1, Ward 2, or Ward 1, 3, or any of the other wards to drive to Southeast Aurora. So we're charging people in one part of the city for the road improvements, but the road improvements are going to be serving everybody in the city. So I'm just concerned, again, about the equity side, that we're charging all of the new homes that are being built, again, say in the Northeast, for road improvements that aren't directly impacting them or supporting them, but are supporting the entire city. So is there a better way to apply funds across the city so that the entire city is paying for road improvements to support the city?
A couple things I think I neglected to mention at the beginning. Impact fees they're sort of a growth pays its way tool, right? So it's only charged on new development. So here in Aurora, previous home buyers, previous builders, they've paid impact fees over the years, right? And so they've paid, what the city thought was their share of the cost over the years. And now, as new development comes in under an impact fee or growth pays its way policy, new development needs to keep paying for its share. And it's not that if I was building a new house out in Aurora Highlands, I'm paying for my impact. The fee is calculated based on how many trips my house generates, and the length of those trips. It's not sort of cross subsidizing, another resident on the other side of the city. They're designed to just mitigate the impact of each new increment of development.
Can I ask a question? Because I feel like this is just putting a burden on the developments that do have the Aurora Regional Improvement mill levy, because we have Saria in Southeast Aurora. Councilmember Gruber just mentioned ARDA. Plus we pay sales tax, and that's supposed to be for roads. I know we get federal grants to try to improve, major roads, but it feels like double, triple taxation here. And if you're going to charge a mill levy with Saria on top of then a new impact fee, and residents in Southeast Aurora, they literally do not travel up north. Like, we're almost like a different continent from the rest of Aurora. I feel like that's just putting a burden on new development, and it's not necessarily benefiting them. I think this really needs to be looked at, and I agree that maybe another way to do this, but I don't believe this is a good way to go.
And I want to just also be careful because, I want to make sure I'm just being clear that I'm a consultant presenting the study results. So I want to be careful that I'm answering questions and not opining on policy. So.
Sorry, and I didn't really know who you were, but thank you for clarifying you're the consultant. Thank you.
I'm a consultant. I'm working for all of you, staff and council and mayor. So.
Very well. Councilmember Mario.
Hiltz.
Oh, Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I disagree that people in Southeast Aurora don't leave Southeast Aurora. Many people work and go outside of.
They go to Parker.
That bubble. I disagree, Councilmember Bergen. I think that does a disservice to the rest of the city. But I do on the impact fee. So our current impact fee structure is kind of in zones. It's geographically located. The difference is that those are capital impact fees, and so they're not transit related, right? So they are more about bringing services to that new area, like police, fire, parks, libraries, et cetera. So I see the need to not keep this geographically zoned, because this is about people who leave their house and travel through the city, or have to get to the highway or their doctor's office or somewhere outside of the island. And so I do see the need for that. But this, I think the number of the cost of the impact fee was what surprises me, because it comes within a few $100s of the full impact fees that we approved when fully implemented in 2022, because we did that 3-year phase in. And I pulled up those. And so for a single family detached, that total is at $62.95, give or take a little bit for inflation. We'll see. So this is coming in at higher than that on the residential side. But of course, the other impact fees are not on retail or non-residential. So I just wanted to share some clarification on our previous impact fees, because they are zoned. But I think the total amount is what kind of surprised me on this one.
I'll just add
what we can do about that. I'm just saying it surprised me.
Yes, these, we fully acknowledge these, the maximum justifiable fee as calculated by the study is, I think effectively doubles what the current fees are. And again, council has the discretion, and this happens all the time in other communities. They have the option of saying, okay, the fee study is here, our neighbors are here, and we think we want to be here or here. You have the discretion to both phase them in and adopt them at a level below the maximum justifiable fee. Obviously, the trade-off there is you don't recover the full cost of development, and that's a policy decision.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I know we're supposed to end at 3:00, and the workshop that I approved did not have transportation impact fees on it. It went from marijuana tax revenue to miscellaneous with the ordinances. So this is really more appropriate for a study session, and I'm just kind of like, this is taking a lot of time and obviously requires a lot of thought. So I don't even know how it got in here, but in consideration of the time limit, could we continue this on a study session?
Mayor.
Councilman Hills.
Yeah, so the calendar invite that I have from the city has us scheduled until 4:30. So do I have a wrong?
Well, as the Mayor Pro Tem who sets the budget workshop, I asked staff to have it from 8:30 to 3.
And okay, so you told them that ahead of time when they sent out the 4:30 invite.
I did, and I think because you have to, I think you have to block out for WebEx, so it was just done automatically that way.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bergen, you want to move the remainder of the discussion to a study session on this issue?
I think so. I think we could be here another hour just on transportation impact fees.
Okay.
And it was not approved by me.
Is there objection to moving it to a study session?
I object.
I object. We're here.
Councilmember Murillo.
But I believe,
I object.
let me go to the city attorney because it is the Mayor Pro Tem that sets unilaterally, I believe, sets the agenda for these workshops. City attorney?
And that is correct. Under the council rules, this is the role of the Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem, you're saying you did not?
No, I have it right in front of me. It's not what I approved.
Very well. Okay. It is a unilateral decision of the Mayor Pro Tem to set these workshops without, by charter, without my input and the input of council. So it will be moved to a study session.
Mayor, can you just make sure the presenters are okay with that? Because we have outside folks who were.
There is, as I stated, it is a decision of the Mayor Pro Tem to set these meetings. The Mayor Pro Tem did not authorize this, and so I'm sure that we'll figure out a way to accommodate them in a study session.
And well, I would like to apologize to staff then.
That's what I would like to apologize to the consultant, but the staff should have informed me.
Right, and they should have also been given a heads up when we as council received this agenda and calendar invite. I think this is respectful of their time to make this change at the last minute. Because
5A, 2022 pay resolution.
Let me tell you a little bit about what's going on with all of the miscellaneous items. These are just companion resolutions and agenda items that are associated with the adoption of the budget. You've got pay resolutions, you've got GIDs, you've got water rates in there. And then in addition to that, all those need to come forward and will be coming forward to council, assuming that you're all good with it. In addition to that, there is the service fees, which is more information only. So however you'd want to carry these forward. Typically, there's not a lot of discussion, but it's up to you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Greg Hayes said.
Mayor Pro Tem, Greg, could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. All I was saying was that this whole section that's kind of in that miscellaneous world, and all of these items are just companion pieces to the budget, and typically don't have a lot of a lot of discussion, but it's completely up to council whether it wants to go individually or whether we want to just say, does anybody have an issue with these?
Okay, so do we vote to approve them today?
All you're saying is whether they should go forward to the formal meeting.
Gotcha. I mean, I'm fine.
Along with the adopted budget items.
Right. Thank you for that explanation. I'm fine with moving forward unless somebody wants to discuss something.
Okay, is there, are there any objections to, well, let me go through, any objection to moving 5A forward? Seeing no objection to 5A, we'll move forward. Any objection to moving 5B forward? Seeing none, 5B, we'll move forward. Any objection to moving 5C forward? Seeing none, 5C will move forward. Any objection to moving 5D forward? Seeing none, 5D will move forward. Any objection to moving 5E forward? 5E will move forward. Any objection to moving 5F forward? 5F will move forward. Any objection to moving 5G forward? 5G will move forward. 5H.
5H does not need to be moved forward. It's more information only.
Okay. Greg, do you just want to refer the members to the budget presentation, the written budget presentation, or do you want to, would you like to give a statement on this?
The only statement I would give is that this is actually in the backup to the fees. Every year we go through and
what's our game plan, Mike?
Well, whenever you're done.
I'm sorry, Bruce, you're
unmuted.
You're unmuted. Every year we go through and we look at the service fees, we index them 2% inflation factor. This year is actually a little bit special because we're also working with a consultant, Wildan, to take a more detailed look at our service fees. All of these items, everything that we're looking at here has gone forward into M&F and been approved to come forward to full council.
Okay.
And Councilmember Hiltz is correct. 2022 will be the first year that capital impact fees are fully, the 3-year phase in is complete.
Okay. A discussion on 5H. 5H requires no action. 5I. Does 5A require action? I believe it does, doesn't it?
It does need to get moved forward to the full meeting.
Is there any objection to moving 5I forward? Seeing none, then 5I will be move forward. Mayor Pro Tem, are there any other items you wish to bring up before the council?
None for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Very well, meeting is adjourned.